Hello there, my evening souls. Tonight, we follow the complete Twilight Saga. All 4 books, through the eyes of the one person who was always there and never quite told the truth of what he was witnessing. Charlie Swan, the quiet father at the edge of the extraordinary. He loved his daughter without condition, watched her world change beyond anything he could explain, and chose presence over answers every single time. If there's a Twilight story you'd love to fall asleep to next, tell me in the comments. I'd love to create it for you. Alright, now let's get cozy. Close your eyes. Breathe in very slowly. And let Fawkes find you in the dark. Gentle and quiet, and achingly familiar. Charlie's world is waiting. And tonight, you belong in it. Charlie Swan was not a complicated man. He would have been the first to tell you that. In the unhurried way he had of stating things that were simply true, without apology and without elaboration. He liked fishing. He liked football on a Friday night, with a beer going warm on the side table, because he kept forgetting to drink it. He liked the particular silence of Fawkes in the early morning, when the mist sat low over the road, and the only sounds were the birds and the distant pool of the river, and the coffee maker doing its reliable work in the kitchen. He had built a life out of these small and sturdy things, and he did not require it to be more than it was. Some men spent their whole lives reaching for something larger, something beyond the edges of what they could already hold. And Charlie had watched those men and had felt, privately and without judgment, that they were missing something about the value of what was already in their hands. He had been the chief of police in Forks, Washington for long enough that the title had stopped feeling like something separate from him. It was simply part of the description, the way the house on the corner of Forks Avenue was part of the description, and the old truck he kept meaning to replace, and the fishing gear arranged with more care than almost anything else he owned. Forks was a small town, the kind where everyone knew your vehicle and your order at the diner and the approximate schedule of your days. Charlie had grown up inside that knowledge and had chosen to stay inside it, which said something about him that he would not have been able to articulate, but that was nonetheless accurate. He was not someone who needed the horizon. He needed the familiar, the dependable, the things that stayed where you left them. The job suited him precisely because of this. He was not ambitious in the way that drove men toward larger departments, bigger cities, the kind of career that required leaving behind what you knew. He had taken the position of chief because it was the natural next step in the progression of a man who had always been the one others looked to when something went wrong. The steady presence in any room who did not panic and did not perform, and simply handled what needed to be handled. Forks needed someone like that. A town this small, this self-contained, this aware of its own rhythms, did not need a chief who wanted to make a name. It needed one who wanted to do the job. Charlie had been doing the job for long enough that it had become indistinguishable from who he was. His days followed a pattern that he would not have called a routine, because the word felt slightly diminishing, but that functioned as one with the reliability of something load-bearing. He was at the station by 7:30. He reviewed the overnight reports over coffee. He drove the familiar routes of the county in the cruiser, the road through town, the highway heading north, the turnoff toward La Push that he had taken so many thousands of times he could navigate it in the dark without thinking. He talked to the people he passed, the shop owners and the school staff and the tribal council members and the loggers, the whole population of a small wet world that he had spent his life learning to understand. He came home in the evenings, made something to eat from the limited but reliable repertoire of meals he had mastered, watched whatever game was on, and went to bed at a reasonable hour. He did not experience this as loneliness exactly. It was the life he had arranged around the shape of what remained after everything else had been accounted for, and he had made his peace with it so thoroughly that the piece had stopped requiring any active maintenance. It was simply the way things were. What had not stayed was Renee. He did not think about the divorce the way some men thought about theirs, with ongoing bitterness or revisionist mythology, or the particular cruelty of going over it again and again, looking for the moment where a different choice might have produced a different outcome. What had happened between them was not a mystery to him. Renee was sunlight and motion, a woman made of sudden enthusiasms and restless energy, someone for whom Forks in the perpetual rain was a kind of slow suffocation. She had not been wrong to leave. He had understood that even at the time, through the specific grief of watching her pack, through the terrible practicality of the legal proceedings, through the first weeks in the house that was suddenly only his. He had understood it and had not been able to do anything with that understanding except live alongside it. She had taken their daughter. Of course she had taken their daughter. Bella was 3 years old and Renee was her mother, and the world arranged itself the way the world arranged itself. And Charlie had signed the papers that made him a summer father, a phone call father, the parent whose house was the place you visited rather than the place you lived. He had signed those papers in the office of a lawyer he barely knew, and he had driven home through the rain, and then he had sat in the kitchen for a long time before doing anything else. The house still had the same furniture. He had never seen any reason to change it. Bella had visited in the summers when she was small, and those visits had been the best and most excruciating weeks of his year. Best because she was his daughter, and he loved her in the wordless, total way that he loved very few things, a love that did not require demonstration or articulation, that simply existed in him as a permanent condition. Excruciating because he did not know how to talk to a child, particularly a child who was so clearly her mother's daughter, cautious and watchful and visibly uncomfortable in the rain. Someone who moved through his world as if she were always slightly aware of its edges. On he had tried to reach her through fishing trips and ice cream and the occasional movie in Port Angeles. And sometimes something had landed between them that felt like real connection, warm and brief as a gap in the clouds. and then she would go back to Phoenix, and he would return to his routines and try not to count the weeks until she came back. As she grew older, the visits had become shorter, shaped around Renee's remarriage to Phil and Bella's obvious preference for the life she had built in Arizona. Charlie had understood this. He had told himself he understood it, with the particular firmness of a man who needed to believe his own reassurances. He had sat with a lot of cold coffee in the kitchen of that unchanged house, telling himself that this was how things went with children. That distance did not mean absence, and that she knew he was here if she needed him. He had sent birthday cards and Christmas gifts chosen with more effort than he would have admitted, wrapped by the woman at the post office because his own attempts had never quite come out right. He'd called on Sunday evenings when the game was over and kept the conversations to a manageable length because he could always tell when Bella was looking for a way to close them, and he would rather end first than hear the relief in her voice when he did. He had not let himself dwell on how rarely she seemed to need him. So when the phone rang on a Tuesday evening in January, and it was Bella's voice on the other end, careful and deliberate, in the way she was always careful and deliberate, telling him that she wanted to come to Forks, wanted to come live with him. I wanted to finish her remaining years of high school in the rain and the quiet of the town he had never left. Charlie Swan did not say what he felt. What he felt was large and sudden, and entirely too close to the surface for a man of his particular temperament, the kind of feeling that, if you gave it room, might do something embarrassing in the middle of a Tuesday evening. Instead, he said that sounded fine, that she was welcome, that he would make sure she had everything she needed. He said it in the measured voice he used for things that mattered too much to be spoken about directly. He wrote down the details of her flight and said goodbye and stood in the kitchen for a moment after hanging up, his hand still resting on the phone. Then he went to bed, because there was work in the morning, and he was a practical man. So he called the dealership the next morning about the truck, and then he called Billy Black. The truck had been Billy's idea, as most of Charlie's better ideas were. Billy Black was his oldest friend in the effortless way that friendships forged in boyhood sometimes lasted, requiring no maintenance and no explanation, just the ongoing fact of one another's presence. They had grown up together on these same wet roads, had fished the same river for decades, had sat on Billy's porch at La Push in the evenings watching the light change over the water, without needing to fill the silence with anything in particular. Billy had known Charlie through the marriage and through the divorce, and through all the years of half-fatherhood that followed, and he had never offered more than Charlie had asked for, which was the precise measure of a good friend. He did not pry. He did not advise. He was simply there, reliable and warm and consistent. One of the things in Charlie's life that stayed where you left it. Billy's son, Jacob, had done work on the engine of the old Chevrolet, rebuilding parts of it with the particular enthusiasm of a boy who understood machines the way Charlie understood people, intuitively and from the inside. The truck was ancient and red, and built like something that had made up its mind to outlast everything around it. Charlie had the title transferred, and the truck waiting in the driveway on the morning Bella arrived, and he had cleaned the house twice over the preceding week, with the specific anxiety of someone preparing for an inspection they have not been told the criteria for, or he had bought groceries with the careful uncertainty of a man who was not entirely sure what a 17-year-old girl ate for breakfast, standing in the cereal aisle of the only supermarket in Forks for longer than he would have liked to admit. The airport in Port Angeles was small enough that you could see everyone coming through arrivals from the moment they turned the corner from the gate corridor. Charlie had arrived early. He had stood with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, watching the corridor with the patient attention of a man accustomed to waiting for things to happen. And when Bella appeared, she was exactly and not at all what he had been preparing for. She was taller than he had last properly registered, and though he recognized that he had not looked at her with real attention in too long, to use his memory as a reliable measure. She had her mother's coloring and something of her mother's particular quality of watchfulness, that sense of someone observing more than they were showing. She was carrying a bag that looked too heavy for someone her size, navigating the terminal with the focused composure of someone who was managing considerably more than the logistics of the moment. He went to her. The hug was brief and slightly awkward in the way that their physical contact had always been slightly awkward. Two people who loved each other genuinely and had never quite learned the grammar of how to express it in their bodies, how to calibrate the duration and the pressure of an embrace so that it said what needed to be said without overreaching. But she leaned into it for just a moment, a small surrender to the contact, before stepping back and looking up at him with those careful eyes. That moment was enough for Charlie. He had learned to take what was offered. He took her bag without asking. He showed her the truck in the parking lot, watching her face from the side as she took it in, and something in her expression shifted in a way he had not anticipated. A genuine warmth moving through her features at the sight of the old red vehicle sitting solid and patient in the rain. She said she loved it, and the way she said it, with a quiet conviction that had nothing performative in it, made him believe her completely. He drove her through Forks on the way home, pointing out the landmarks she half remembered from childhood visits, filling the available silence with the small geography of the town. She looked out the window at the wet green world moving past, the dark trees pressing close to the road on either side, the sky the particular pale grey that was Forks' most common expression, and she said it was beautiful. He glanced at her and considered that statement from several angles. She was not the kind of person who said things she did not mean, at least not in the small social ways most people did. He took it as partially true and moved on. The house was the house. He showed her the room he had prepared, which meant he had found a new quilt at the department store in Port Angeles and cleared the closet of the accumulated storage of years, and repainted the window trim because the old paint had been peeling and it had seemed wrong not to. He had left it otherwise minimal, recognizing that she would need to arrange it according to her own sense of what a room should feel like, and that his idea of what that might be was probably not reliable. She stood in the doorway and looked at it with an expression he could not fully read, and then she thanked him with a careful sincerity that was her natural register, and he told her she was welcome with his. They stood for a moment in the small room, father and daughter, in the house that had been waiting for this for longer than either of them had known to articulate. He made dinner that evening. Pasta with a jarred sauce that he had augmented with onions and garlic, because he had read somewhere that this was an improvement, which it was marginally, and they sat at the kitchen table with the rain beginning against the windows and talked about her flight and the school schedule for the spring semester and the particular character of Fawkes in the winter months. None of which was the conversation either of them was actually having beneath the surface, but all of which was the necessary groundwork before that conversation might become possible. Bella ate steadily and asked real questions, the kind with follow-up, which he noted with the quiet attention of someone learning a new topography. By the time they said goodnight, something had moved by several small degrees in the space between them. The way the most important shifts always happen, not dramatically, and not all at once, but in the patient, accumulated way of water finding its level. Charlie washed the dishes after she went upstairs, and he could hear her moving around in the room above, the soft sounds of someone settling carefully into a new place, the particular quiet of someone trying not to disturb the silence of a house they were still learning. He dried the plates and put them away, and stood for a moment in the kitchen, listening. It did not sound like silence anymore. It sounded like something that had been missing for a long time returning to its correct position, something structural clicking quietly into place. He did not have a word for it. Charlie Swan had never needed words for the things that mattered most. He just needed them to be there, present and true and within reach, somewhere inside the radius of his quiet and faithful attention. He turned off the kitchen light and went to bed, and for the first time in a very long time, and the house felt exactly like the right size. The first morning set the tone for all the mornings that followed, which was the way first mornings tended to work in Charlie's experience. He was up before 6, as he always was, moving through the kitchen in the particular quiet of a man accustomed to being the only person in the house, making coffee and standing at the window watching the mist settle over the yard, with the patient attention of someone who had watched that same mist from that same window for more mornings than he could count. The yard was the same yard it had always been, the same fence at the back, the same tree that needed trimming on the left side that he had been meaning to get to for approximately 3 years. Everything the same. And yet, the house felt different this morning in a way he could not have articulated without sounding like more of a philosopher than he had ever claimed to be. It felt inhabited. It felt like a place where more than one person's morning was beginning. And that difference, that simple addition of another human presence somewhere above him behind a closed door, was larger than he had expected it to be. He made breakfast. This required considerably more effort than his usual routine, which tended toward toast consumed standing at the counter while reviewing the overnight call log on his phone, or occasionally cereal eaten over the sink with the particular efficiency of a man who did not see the point of dirtying a bowl when he was the only one watching. On this morning, he found eggs in the refrigerator he had stocked with unusual thoroughness and bacon in the drawer, and he navigated the production of both with the focused concentration of someone operating slightly outside his comfort zone, turning the bacon carefully, watching the edges with the vigilance he usually reserved for things that actually mattered in a professional sense. He set the table. He found placemats that had not been used in some time and put them down, and then reconsidered and left them, because it seemed like the right thing to do for a first morning and not a thing he needed to justify to anyone. By the time Bella appeared at the bottom of the stairs, hair damp from the shower, and wearing an expression of someone still actively negotiating with the early hour. He had 2 plates on the table and coffee poured and something that resembled a competent breakfast assembled and waiting. She stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the table and then at him, and something in her expression softened in the particular way he was beginning to recognize as her version of being genuinely moved by something she had not expected. "You made breakfast," she said. "Just eggs," Charlie said. "Bacon, nothing complicated." "It smells really good," she said, coming to the table and sitting down with the careful gratitude of someone who understood that effort had been made and wanted to honor it without making too much of it. He appreciated that in her, the instinct to receive things without overwhelming them. They ate, and the conversation was the careful and exploratory kind that people have when they are learning the rhythms of sharing a space. The small, practical exchanges about school schedules and the location of things she could not yet find, and what time her first class started, and whether the truck had any quirks she needed to know about. "The heat takes a few minutes to come on," Charlie said. "Just let it run before you assume it's broken." "Okay," Bella said, "and the radio sticks on the AM dial. You have to push it twice to get it to switch." "I'll remember that." "You need lunch money, or did your mom give you?" "I have money, Dad. I'm fine." He nodded and ate his eggs and told himself that fine was a good place to start. He offered to drive her to school. She said she could manage the truck. He heard in that a preference for independence he recognized and respected without comment. The same preference he had always had himself, and which he understood as a thing that apparently ran in the family. He watched from the front window as she climbed into the old Chevrolet, adjusted the seat, and pulled carefully out of the driveway with the particular caution of someone learning a new vehicle in the rain. He drove behind her for the first 2 blocks, before catching himself doing it and turning off toward the station. Forks High School was the only high school a town this size had reason to maintain. A collection of low buildings arranged around a central courtyard that caught the rain with democratic efficiency. Charlie had driven past it thousands of times, had attended it himself in the era before it had been renovated. He knew its staff by name and by the quality of their driving records. He knew the principal and the vice principal and most of the teachers, knew which of them coached which sport and which of them had children in the department's Little League program. It was his town. He knew its institutions the way you knew the rooms of a house you had lived in long enough that you navigated them in the dark without thinking. What he had not anticipated was how quickly Forks would know about Bella. By the time he stopped at the diner for his mid-morning coffee, 2 people had already mentioned her. Sue Clearwater, Harry's wife, had heard from someone at the school office that Chief Swan's daughter had arrived and started at the school and seemed very polite. The woman behind the counter had heard from someone else that the new girl was pretty and quiet and had sat with Jessica Stanley at lunch, which was considered a reasonable social outcome for a first day in a school this small. "She's settling in all right?" the woman asked, refilling his coffee without being asked because she had been doing so for years. "Seems like it," Charlie said. "Must be nice having her there." "It is," he said, and left it at that, which was more than he usually offered on personal subjects, and which she received with the discretion of someone who had known him long enough to understand his registers. He did not ask Bella about her day when she got home that evening. He had wanted to, had rehearsed several versions of the question during the afternoon that had all sounded either too eager or too official, the syntax of interrogation rather than the conversation. Instead, he had dinner in progress when she came through the door, and he let her set her bag down and take off her jacket and settle into the kitchen before he said anything at all. "How was it?" he finally asked, because some version of the question was unavoidable. Bella considered this with the thoughtfulness she brought to most questions. "Okay," she said. "Weird, being the new person. Everyone already knows each other." "Small town," Charlie said. "They'll get used to you fast." "The girl Jessica was nice," Bella offered. "She showed me around. And there's a girl named Angela who seemed..." She paused, seeming to weigh the word. "Genuine." "Angela Weber," Charlie said. "Her dad's the minister. Good family." Bella nodded and accepted a plate and sat down, and they ate together with the comfortable, near silence of two people who were learning that they did not need to fill every gap, which was as itself a form of progress. She did not mention the Cullens that first day. Charlie noted this as a neutral fact and filed it accordingly. The Cullen family occupied a particular position in Charlie's awareness that he would have struggled to describe precisely if anyone had thought to ask him. They were not troublemakers. In 20 years of law enforcement in Forks, Carlisle Cullen's family had never once generated a report, a complaint, a noise incident, a traffic citation, or any other form of contact with his department. Carlisle himself was the kind of doctor the hospital had been fortunate to attract and lucky to keep, and whose competence was evident to anyone who encountered it, and whose manner with patients had generated the kind of goodwill that small-town reputations were built on. By every measurable standard, the Cullens were model residents. And yet, Charlie's instincts, honed by 2 decades of reading people in the specific way that law enforcement required, registered something about the family that he had never been able to name or act upon or dismiss entirely. It was not suspicion in the formal sense. It was the quiet, persistent awareness that something in the picture did not quite resolve, that the Cullens were somehow always just slightly outside the ordinary frame, in a way his eyes kept sliding past without catching. They kept to themselves with a consistency that went beyond preference into something more deliberate. And their children moved through the school and the town like people performing a role they had rehearsed very thoroughly, polite and contained, and never quite available in the way that people in small towns were usually available. Even their appearance struck him at times as improbable, the collective beauty of them, the particular quality of their stillness in rooms where everyone else was moving. He had mentioned it to Billy Black once, in the oblique way he mentioned things he could not fully justify. They had been sitting on Billy's porch at La Push, with the fishing gear put away and the last of the afternoon light going off the water. And Charlie had said something to the effect that the Cullen kids were unusual, and Billy had gone quieter than usual, and there had been a pause of the kind that contained something being decided against. "Just keep an eye on things," Billy had said finally, which was not an answer, but which Charlie had filed alongside everything else. Bella mentioned Edward Cullen's name for the first time, about a week and a half after she arrived, in the casual manner of someone introducing a subject they had been circling for longer than the casualness implied. They were at dinner, the Tuesday pasta that had become a reliable midweek constant, and she said it between passing the bread and reaching for the pepper. "The Cullen boy," she said. "Edward. He sits next to me in biology." Charlie set his fork down slightly more carefully than necessary. "That's so. He's strange," Bella said, with the focused quality of someone reporting a conclusion they had arrived at through observation rather than impression. Charlie considered this. The Cullens keep to themselves," he said. "Always have." "Do you know much about them?" "Not much to know," Charlie said, which was his honest answer and also not quite the complete one. "Carlisle's a good doctor. Family moved here, 6 or 7 years ago now. Never caused any trouble." Bella nodded slowly, turning something over behind her eyes that she did not offer him, and changed the subject with the deft quiet of someone who had gotten what they were looking for and did not need to pursue it further. Then came the morning of the icy parking lot. He got the call at his desk, and the kind that came in on the non-emergency line, but that the dispatcher routed to him immediately because the caller had asked for the chief specifically, and because the address was the high school, and because the word injury had been used in a context adjacent to Bella Swan's name. His hands were steady on the phone with the practiced steadiness of someone trained to remain functional under the specific adrenaline of professional emergency. But something in his chest tightened in the way it only tightened for one category of situation, and that category was his daughter. He drove to the school without using the lights because the call had established she was conscious and being assessed on site, and using the lights would have been for his own benefit rather than hers. He was a professional. He arrived in the parking lot where Tyler Crowley's van sat crumpled against a row of vehicles with the particular devastation of something that had been moving fast and stopped suddenly. Bella was sitting on a gurney beside the paramedic unit with a blanket around her shoulders, talking to one of his deputies with the composed patience of someone answering questions she had already answered multiple times. She looked up when she saw him coming across the lot and made the face she made when she was trying to reassure him before he had the chance to be alarmed. "I'm fine," she said before he reached her. "Let me be the judge of that," he said, stopping beside her and looking her over with the eyes of both a father and a man trained to assess physical damage. Bruising along her side, visible in the gap of her jacket. A laceration above her elbow that had been cleaned and dressed. Her color was reasonable, and her eyes were tracking normally, and her voice was steady. He put his hand on her shoulder and left it there. "The van came out of nowhere," Bella said. "I didn't even see it until..." Tyler Crowley's van, his deputy supplied from beside him, checking his notes. Lost traction on the black ice near the east entrance. Swung sideways. Miss Swan was in the direct path. "And Edward Cullen," Bella said, with a careful evenness that he noticed. "That's the part we're trying to work out," the deputy said. Charlie looked at him. "Work out how?" The deputy glanced at his notes, and then at Bella, and then back at Charlie, with the expression of a man who had written something down and was not entirely sure how to present it. Three witnesses put Cullen on the other side of the lot when the van started skidding. All three say he was next to Miss Swan by the time the van reached her. And they say he, another glance at the notes, stopped it, the van, with his hands. Charlie was quiet for a moment. "That's what they're saying." "Yes, sir. All three. Independently." He walked the length of the lot. He looked at the distance between where the witnesses had placed Edward Cullen at the start of the incident and where the van had made contact with whatever had stopped it. And he did the math that his experience told him to do. The math of distance and time and human physical capability. And the math produced a number that did not make sense. He looked at the point of impact on the van, at the indentation. There was not the flat crumple of metal against metal, but something more localized, more specific. He walked to where Edward Cullen was being questioned by another deputy. The boy stood with his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at Charlie with the direct, composed gaze that Charlie had noticed before. The quality of absolute stillness that his instincts had been registering for months without his being able to do anything useful with the registration. "You all right?" Charlie asked, because it was the first thing you asked. "Fine," Edward said. "I'm more concerned about Bella. She's going to be okay." Charlie studied the boy's face, looking for the adrenaline that should have been there, the elevated color or the slight unsteadiness that followed any significant physical event in a normal human being, and there was none. There was nothing but that composure, steady and complete, and entirely inappropriate to the situation. "That was fast thinking," Charlie said carefully, "getting across the lot like that." Edward held his gaze without shifting. "I was closer than people thought," he said. "It happened quickly. I just reacted." Charlie nodded slowly. "Right," he said, and wrote it down, and did not write down the things he could not explain. He filed a report. He documented what could be documented: the ice, the traction failure, the trajectory of the van, the injuries sustained, and the fortunate absence of more serious ones. He documented the witness accounts faithfully and without editorial comment. He did not document the math that refused to resolve, because there was nowhere on a police report to record the things that defied available explanation. He was a practical man. He went where the evidence led him and noted carefully where it stopped bleeding and left it there. He drove Bella home from the hospital where they had taken her for precautionary imaging, the two of them quiet in the cruiser with the radio on low, and the rain beginning again on the windshield. He kept his eyes on the road and his hands at the standard position on the wheel, and waited until they were halfway home before he said anything. "You could have been seriously hurt," he said. Not an accusation, just a fact he needed to say out loud. "I know," Bella said quietly. "Tyler Crowley needs to learn to slow down in the wet." He felt terrible about it. He should. A pause. "You sure you're all right?" "Yes, Dad." "Okay," Charlie said. And then, after a moment, Edward Cullen was there fast. There was the briefest pause from the passenger seat. "He was close by," Bella said. "Right," said Charlie. He did not push it. He pulled into the driveway and helped her inside with the steadying hand of someone who understood that accepting help and needing help were not the same thing, but who offered it regardless. And he made her tea and sat at the kitchen table while she drank it. And that evening he felt the relief of her being there, present and whole, with a depth that he did not express and did not need to. But he thought about the parking lot for longer than he thought about most things that week. In the weeks that followed, he watched Bella find her footing in Forks with the quiet pride of a parent who has learned that the best support is often the kind that does not announce itself. She established rhythms. She found her way around town. She was kind to the people she encountered, in the genuine, attentive way that could not be faked well enough to fool a town that had been watching people for generations. And the town received her with the warmth it reserved for those who had the sense to be decent. People mentioned her to him with approval, and he received each mention with his neutral face and his privately delighted interior. She began talking about Edward Cullen more frequently, and the frequency itself was information. Not what she said, which remained surface level and carefully managed, but the pattern of recurrence and the way his name appeared at the table and in the car and in the passing exchanges of their shared days. Charlie was a patient man and an observant one. He understood that the things people circled were often the things that mattered most to them, and he watched his daughter circle this particular thing with the attentive quiet of someone who knew better than to step into the center of it uninvited. He was glad she was happy. He was watchful about the source of it. He held both of these things simultaneously in the way that parents learn to hold contradictory truths, with patience and without resolution, waiting for time to clarify what the present moment could not. The girl who had come home was finding her place in his world, and his world was reshaping itself around her with the quiet willingness of something that had always had room for her and had simply been waiting for her to arrive and fill it. Charlie drove to work each morning through the mist, came home each evening to a house with lights in more than one window, sat across the table from his daughter and talked about small things, and let the important things be present without needing to be named. He was not a complicated man. He had not needed a complicated life. But he was beginning to understand, in the slow and certain way he understood most things that mattered, that the life now assembling itself around him was going to be considerably more than he had bargained for. He did not yet know how considerably more, but the parking lot math that refused to resolve sat quietly in the back of his mind, like a file left open, waiting for more information before it could be closed. Charlie Swan was a patient man. He could wait. Spring came to Forks the way it always did, which was to say it arrived without any particular fanfare and with no meaningful reduction in the rain, just a slight softening of the light and a greening of things that were already green to begin with. Charlie noticed it the way he noticed most seasonal changes in this town, as a background condition rather than an event, something that happened around the edges of the days rather than to them. The forsythia at the side of the house put out its yellow flowers with the reliable punctuality it had demonstrated every March for as long as he could remember, and the river ran higher and faster with the snowmelt from the mountains, and the birds returned to the yard with their particular morning opinions, and Forks reassembled itself into its spring configuration with the unhurried competence of a place that had been doing this for a very long time. What Charlie noticed more directly, with the particular attention he reserved for things occurring inside his own house, was the way Bella was changing alongside the season. She was more settled. That was the word that kept returning to him when he tried to describe it to himself during the drives to and from the station, during the quiet evenings when the game was on, and she was at the kitchen table with a book, and the house had the particular quality of two people occupying the same space without needing to perform for each other. She had arrived in January with the careful composure of someone managing a difficult transition with dignity, which he had respected and recognized and not pushed against. But this was something different from composure. This was something loosening, some underlying tension he had not even fully registered until it began to ease, the way you did not notice the hum of machinery until it stopped. She laughed more readily at dinner. She had opinions about things and expressed them without the slight hesitation that had characterized her first weeks, the checking of herself before speaking, that he had read as the habit of someone accustomed to not taking up too much room in a given space. She was taking up room now, the right amount of it, the amount that was hers by right in this house, and that he had always wanted her to feel entitled to. She pushed back on him occasionally, mildly, about the television volume and the temperature of the house and his habit of leaving cabinet doors open, and he received each small correction with the private satisfaction of a man watching someone make themselves at home. He knew what had changed, in the way he knew most things he did not have direct evidence for, through the accumulation of small indicators that his observational training had taught him to read, and that his parental instincts had taught him to feel. Edward Cullen had happened. The name had migrated from casual mentions at the dinner table to a kind of persistent atmospheric presence in their household. The way weather was present, not always the subject of conversation, but always a factor in how things felt. Bella did not talk about Edward constantly, which would have been in some ways easier to navigate because it would have been legible, something he could respond to with the standard parental toolkit of questions and mild cautions. She talked about him with the particular restraint of someone who was acutely aware of talking about him too much and was exercising discipline around it, and that restraint was itself considerably more revealing than any volume of casual chatter would have been. Charlie observed all of this and said very little, which was his preferred operating mode in situations where saying something would either help nothing or make things actively worse. He waited until an evening in the early March, when they were finishing dinner and the dishes were between them on the table and Bella seemed settled and unhurried, and before he raised the subject with the studied casualness he'd been practicing in his head for the better part of a week. "What do you make of the Cullen family?" he asked, getting up to refill his coffee at the counter, keeping his back partially to her, so the question did not arrive with the full weight of his attention behind it. Bella looked up from the book she had been reading between bites, the worn paperback she carried everywhere. "What do you mean?" "Just in general," Charlie said. "You spend time around them now. I was curious what your impression was." She was quiet for a moment, in the way she was quiet when she was making a decision about how much to say. "They're private," she said carefully, "but they're kind. Carlisle and Esme seem genuinely good, like the real thing, not just polite. And the kids? Alice is..." Bella paused, and something crossed her face that might have been affection. A lot, but genuine. Emmett's funny. Jasper's quiet. She looked down at her book. They're a close family. You can tell they actually like each other. "And Edward," Charlie said, with the careful neutrality of someone asking the question they actually came to ask. "Edward is complicated," Bella said, and the word carried the weight of a much longer sentence that she was choosing not to deliver. "Complicated how?" "Just complicated," she said, with the particular finality that meant the topic was being closed from her end, the conversational equivalent of a door swinging gently but firmly shut. And Charlie accepted this with the practiced grace of a man, who had learned which doors to push and which to leave. He had his own impressions of the Cullen family, accumulated over years of the specific observation that living in a small town made possible and that his profession made habitual. He had watched Carlyle move through Forks with the unassailable composure of someone who had long since made peace with being slightly outside everything around him. The man was unfailingly courteous, present at community events when his schedule permitted, generous with his time at the hospital in ways that went well beyond what his contract required. He had covered shifts during the bad flu season 2 winters ago without being asked and without complaint, working hours that should have been impossible for one person to sustain. The nursing staff spoke well of him, which in Charlie's experience was the most reliable character reference available, since the people who worked alongside you in difficult conditions saw the version of you that was hardest to perform. And yet, the thing that had sat unresolved in the back of Charlie's mind for years continued to sit there, unchanged by Carlyle's good reputation and undiminished by the family's blameless record. It was not anything he could put in a report or raise in a professional context. It was the thing his instincts registered and his reason could not confirm. The same quiet wrongness that the parking lot math had produced. The same sensation of looking at a picture in which everything was correctly placed and something was nevertheless not right. He had learned over 20 years of law enforcement that this sensation was worth attending to, even when it could not be named. He had also learned that attending to it was not the same as acting on it, and that the distance between those two things was where most of the discipline of his job actually lived. Billy Black's quiet, persistent warnings contributed to the unease without resolving it. Billy had been raising the subject of the Cullen family in his oblique particular way since they had first arrived in Forks, never with the directness that would have required Charlie to take official notice, but with a consistency and a seriousness that Charlie had stopped dismissing a long time ago. Billy was not a man given to unfounded concerns. He was careful and measured, and did not say things without reason, and the fact that the reasons behind his feelings about the Cullens were not reasons he was willing to state plainly did not make Charlie trust them less. If anything, the restraint made him trust them more, because Billy was not a man who spoke carelessly, and a man who spoke carefully about something incompletely stated was telling you something important about the nature of what he was carrying. They had been sitting in Billy's kitchen one Saturday afternoon in early March, the remains of lunch on the table between them and the fishing gear by the back door, waiting for weather that had declined to cooperate, when the subject had come up again in the way it periodically did, sideways and without announcement. "You know Bella's spending time up at their house," Billy said, turning his coffee mug slowly in both hands, not quite a question and not quite a statement. "I know she's spending time with Edward," Charlie said carefully. "I don't always know the specifics of where." Billy nodded slowly. The rain was doing its steady work on the kitchen window, and somewhere in the back of the house, one of Billy's dogs was moving around on the hardwood with the unhurried click of nails on wood. "The Quilutes have a history with that family," Billy said. "Old history. I know you don't put much stock in old stories." "I put stock in things I can verify," Charlie said. "You know that." "I do know that," Billy said. "I'm just asking you to keep your eyes open, as a friend, not as a cop, as a friend who's known you a long time and doesn't say things he doesn't mean. Charlie looked at him across the table. Billy met his eyes with the steady directness of a man delivering something true in the only form he was able to deliver it. "My eyes are always open," Charlie said finally. "Oh, good," Billy said. And then he asked about the salmon run, and Charlie answered him, and the conversation moved forward in the way conversations with Billy always eventually moved forward, carrying the important things along beneath the surface, where they would continue to exert their quiet pressure without being resolved. Charlie drove home from La Push that afternoon, with Billy's words accompanying him in the cab of the cruiser, with the particular persistence of things that had found a groove in his thinking and were not ready to leave it. He passed the Cullens property on the route back toward town, the long driveway disappearing into the tree line, the house itself barely visible from the road in the way it had always been barely visible, positioned with a privacy that went beyond preference into something more deliberate. A light was on in one of the upper windows, warm and steady in the grey afternoon. He noted it and drove on, and did not examine too carefully why he had noted it. He met Edward Cullen properly for the first time on a Wednesday afternoon in March, when the boy appeared at the front door to collect Bella for what Bella had described with careful vagueness as studying. Charlie had been in the living room with the television on, and his feet up on the coffee table in the particular posture of a man who has earned the right to be comfortable in his own home, and he had gone to answer the door expecting to need to redirect someone who had the wrong address, and had found himself looking at Carlisle Cullen's son instead. The boy on his porch was not what he had been expecting, which was a thought he recognized as imprecise, since he had not been expecting anything specifically. He was tall and pale, with the kind of features that would have looked more at home on an old painting than on a teenager standing in the fork's rain, composed and still in a way that registered immediately and that Charlie could not quite account for. He was dressed simply and stood with his hands at his sides without fidgeting, without the small unconscious movements that most people made without knowing they were making them. "Mr. Swan," the boy said, "I'm Edward Cullen. I'm here for Bella." "I know who you are," Charlie said, without heat, stepping back from the door. "Come in out of the rain." He did, and stood in the hallway while Charlie looked at him with the direct assessment that was both professional habit and parental prerogative, the kind of look that most teenagers received with some degree of visible discomfort. Edward received it without shifting, without the slight anxious adjustment of someone being evaluated and aware of it. "Your father's a good doctor," Charlie said. "I've heard that from people whose opinions I trust." "He takes his work seriously," Edward said. "It matters to him, the people he treats. That counts for a lot in a town this size." Charlie studied the boy's face. "Bella says you have biology together." "We do," Edward said. "She's perceptive, more than she lets on in class." "That sounds right," Charlie said, allowing himself the slight unbending of a father who has heard an accurate and generous thing said about his daughter. He crossed his arms. "You'll have her back by 8. "Yes, sir." "You drive carefully, especially after dark. These roads get greasy when the temperature drops." "I know these roads well," Edward said. "I'll be careful with her." It was the phrasing that Charlie noticed. Not "I'll drive carefully, I'll be careful with her." as if Bella was something precious and specific rather than a general passenger. He filed this alongside everything else he was filing and said nothing further about it. Bella appeared at the top of the stairs, and Charlie watched her face when she saw Edward standing in the hallway, and what he saw there answered some questions and raised others simultaneously. She was happy in a way that was immediate and unguarded. The particular happiness of someone who has been waiting for something without fully admitting they were waiting. It was the most undefended he had seen her, and it moved him and troubled him in equal measure, the way things that mattered most to him tended to do. He said goodnight and stood at the window and watched the silver Volvo pull carefully out of the driveway. The car moved slowly in the rain, more slowly than most people drove on a dry road, and he stood there watching until the taillights disappeared around the corner, and then stood there a moment longer before going back to the television. In the weeks that followed, Edward appeared at the house with increasing regularity, and each appearance added another layer to the picture Charlie was assembling, without quite meaning to assemble it. The boy was always courteous and always composed, and always said the correct things without ever quite crossing into the relaxed familiarity that Charlie might have found either reassuring or inappropriate, depending on how it manifested. He ate nothing when food was offered, claiming he had eaten before arriving, which was a consistent enough position that Charlie could not call it a specific lie, but which he noted with the part of his mind that noted things. He never seemed cold despite the temperature and the wet. He sat in Charlie's living room on the evenings when he stayed for dinner and watched whatever game was on with what appeared to be genuine interest. And he and Charlie talked about baseball and basketball in the easy register that Charlie used for conversations he did not need to work at. And those conversations were the most natural thing about him, which was itself a strange thing to think about a 17-year-old boy. He looked at Bella with a quality of attention that Charlie had seen in very few people. The total focused attention of someone for whom the person in front of them was the most important thing currently in existence. It was not possessive in the way that alarmed Charlie's professional instincts. It was something else, something that he did not have a precise name for. A watchfulness that looked more like devotion than ownership. And Bella received it with a naturalness that suggested she had already integrated it into her sense of how things were, and that Edward's attention had become part of the landscape of her daily experience. Charlie sat with all of this on the evenings when the house had returned to its quieter version of itself, when Bella was upstairs and the game was on, and the coffee was doing what coffee did late in the evening, which was exist as something to hold rather than something to drink. He was not a man who catastrophized. He was not a man who invented problems from insufficient evidence. He was a man who watched and waited and kept his files open and trusted that the information he was missing would eventually arrive in a form he could work with. Something about Edward Cullens sat unresolved in him, the way the parking lot math sat unresolved, the way Billy's careful warning sat unresolved. Not wrong exactly, not right exactly, something in between those two things that did not have a name yet, but that his instincts continued to flag with the quiet insistence of a detail that knew it mattered even when the larger picture had not yet revealed why. He kept his eyes open. He kept the file open. He loved his daughter through all of it, with a steady, faithful love that was the only kind he had ever had to offer. And he told himself that steady and faithful was enough. Most of the time, he believed it. The weekend it all changed began ordinarily enough, which was the way the weekends that change things always seemed to begin in Charlie's experience. Saturday morning arrived with its usual grey patience, the rain doing its quiet work on the windows, the yard holding its particular stillness in the way Forks yards did on weekend mornings, when there was nowhere anyone needed to be immediately. Charlie had his coffee on the porch despite the cold. Wrapped in the flannel jacket he kept on the hook by the door for exactly this purpose, watching the yard with the unhurried attention of a man whose Saturday did not begin in earnest until the afternoon. The fishing gear was cleaned and stored from the previous weekend's trip to the river with Harry. The cruiser sat in the driveway freshly washed, gleaming dully in the overcast light, with the particular satisfaction of a completed small task, which was the kind of satisfaction Charlie had always found more reliable than the larger kinds. Bella had mentioned something earlier in the week about going to watch the Cullens play baseball, and this had struck him as mildly unusual when she first raised it, because the weather had been and continued to be the kind that did not suggest outdoor recreation to any reasonable person, and also because baseball in March in the Pacific Northwest was not something he associated with leisure. But Bella had offered the information with the deliberate casualness she used for things she expected him to have questions about, and he had received it the same way, asking only what time she expected to be back and reminding her about the rain gear in the hall closet. She had taken it without argument, which itself told him something about how seriously she was taking the weather situation. He had watched the truck back out of the driveway and disappear down the road with the patient equanimity of a man who had accepted that his daughter was 17 and that 17-year-olds were entitled to spend their Saturday afternoons watching impossible baseball in the rain if that was what they wanted to do. He drove to Billy's for the game in the early afternoon, taking the familiar route to La Push, with the automatic ease of a road he had travelled so many thousands of times, it had stopped requiring his conscious attention. Harry Clearwater was already there when he arrived, settled into the chair by the window with a cup of coffee and the comfortable expression of a man who had claimed his preferred spot early enough not to have to negotiate for it. The three of them watched the game in the easy, companionable silence of people who had been doing exactly this for long enough that the silence had become its own form of conversation, punctuated by the occasional remark about a bad call or a missed opportunity that any one of them could have made, and any one of them might have made, and that required no particular attribution. Charlie ate the sandwiches Billy had made and drank 2 beers across the span of 4 hours and felt the specific contentment of an afternoon that had asked very little of him and delivered everything it had promised. He drove home in the early evening with the radio on low and his mind in the pleasant neutral state of a man returning from something uncomplicated, and found the house empty, which was within the range of expected and did not immediately concern him. He made himself dinner and watched the evening news, with the sound down low, and settled into the armchair with the crossword he'd been working on in installments across the week, and waited with the practiced patience of a parent who had learned that most of the job was exactly this, the waiting that looked like doing nothing and was in fact doing the most important thing available. Bella came home later than he had expected. Not late enough to justify official concern, not late enough to require the conversation about curfews that he had been hoping to avoid, but late enough that he had set the crossword down and was sitting with the television on without watching it when he heard the truck in the driveway. He heard her steps on the porch, quick and purposeful, and then the door, and then she was in the living room doorway. And something about the way she was standing in that doorway stopped the sentence he had been preparing about the lateness of the hour before he had the chance to deliver it. She was not visibly distressed. That was the first thing he noted, the trained observer's first pass over the available information. No tears, no obvious physical injury, no shaking hands or elevated breathing. She was standing straight with her bag over her shoulder, and her expression composed in the way her expression was always composed. The careful, neutral surface she presented to the world when she was managing something she did not intend to share. But he had been watching Bella Swan for several months now, with the specific attention of a man learning a new person who mattered very much to him. And he had learned the textures of her composure well enough to know when it was resting and when it was working. This evening, it was working. "How was the baseball?" he asked, keeping his voice in the easy register he used when he did not want to press. "Good," she said. "Interesting. There." A brief pause that contained something being decided against. "Really athletic." "I imagine," Charlie said. "Everything okay?" "Fine," she said. "I'm tired. I'm going to go up." He watched her go and sat with the low hum of something unresolved, the feeling of a detail that had not yet declared its significance. He turned the television back on and gave it his eyes, if not his attention, and eventually went to bed. And told himself, in the way he told himself things he was not entirely convinced of, that he was probably reading too much into the particular quality of an evening that did not have to mean anything specific. The next day moved through its hours with the same surface normalcy and the same underlying texture that he could not quite name. Bella was pleasant and present and helped with the dishes and asked about the game score from yesterday with the polite interest of someone who did not particularly care about the game score, but understood that asking was a form of connection. She moved through the house with a carefulness that he associated with someone carrying something they did not want to spill, and the carefulness was subtle enough that he would not have registered it 2 months ago, and registered it now only because he had been paying the kind of attention that 2 months of living with someone produced. He went to work Monday morning still carrying the low-frequency awareness of something not quite resolved. And when he came home that evening, Bella was in the kitchen, and he could tell before she spoke that Monday was going to be the morning when whatever had been building arrived at its next stage. She was standing rather than sitting, which was the first indicator. Bella at the kitchen table meant Bella in her ordinary mode, settled and present and available for the gradual conversational drift of an evening at home, or Bella standing with her bag already on her shoulder and her coat still on, meant Bella with something to say that she had prepared in advance and was ready to deliver before her nerve could shift on her. "I need to go to Phoenix," she said. Her voice was steady, and her eyes were meeting his with the directness she used when she was committed to a position. Mom is sick. She needs me there. I need to go today. Charlie set his coffee mug down on the counter with a care that was his own form of response. He looked at his daughter, all of her, the set of her shoulders, and the quality of her stillness, and the particular way her hands were holding the strap of her bag. And he said, "How sick?" "I don't know the details. She called this morning while you were at work. She needs me there." "Dad, what did she say was wrong?" "She wasn't specific. She was upset. She needed to hear that I was coming." He was quiet for a moment, giving the silence the space to be uncomfortable if it needed to be, which was a technique he had used in professional interviews for years and which worked equally well at kitchen tables. "Let me call her," he said. "She's resting," Bella said, a fraction too quickly. "She asked me to let her rest. She said she'd call when she felt better." "I won't keep her long. I just want to hear, Dad." And there was something in the word, not quite desperation, but the edge of something genuine pushing through the constructed surface of the story, something real and urgent underneath all the preparation. "Please, I need to go. Alice is already coming to drive me to the airport." He looked at his daughter, and she looked back at him, and the kitchen held the particular silence of two people who both understood that a negotiation was happening, and that only one of them had all the relevant information. He read her face with everything he had, the policeman's eye and the father's knowledge, and the 2 months of accumulated observation. And what he found there beneath the composure and the prepared story was something that looked very much like fear. Not performed fear, not the anxiety of a teenager trying to sell a story. The real thing, quiet and controlled and entirely genuine, sitting just below the surface of all that careful management. "Okay," he said, because the fear decided it, not the story, which he did not believe in any significant measure, but the fear, which he believed completely. Something had frightened his daughter, and she was not going to tell him what it was, and she needed to go somewhere that was not here, and arguing with any of those facts was not going to change them. "You call me when you land." "I will. You call me every day, I don't care what time." "I will, Dad. I promise." "And you tell your mother I hope she feels better." "I'll tell her." Alice Cullen arrived within the hour, moving up the porch steps with the quick, fluid efficiency that all the Cullen children seemed to share as a baseline condition of their movement through the world. She came inside and spoke to Charlie with the bright, direct manner she always had, meeting his eyes and saying all the appropriate reassuring things in the appropriate reassuring sequence. And Charlie listened and watched and received it all with his neutral face and his quietly unconvinced interior. Alice Cullen was not a person who inspired distrust. She was warm and present and seemed to mean everything she said. But she was also, he noted, with the attention he gave to all the Cullens, slightly too composed for a teenager whose friend's mother had just fallen ill. The composure of someone who already knew how a situation was going to resolve, rather than someone waiting anxiously to find out. He stood in the doorway and watched them load bags into Alice's car. Bella's face turned away from him as she put her things in the trunk, and then Bella turned and came back up the porch steps and hugged him, really hugged him, with a kind of physical directness that was not her default register, and holding on for a moment longer than the situation seemed to require, if the situation was only what she had said it was. "I'll be okay. she said against his shoulder. "I promise you." He hugged her back and said nothing and let her go, and watched the car back out of the driveway and turn and disappear down the road. And then he went inside and picked up the phone and called Renee. She answered on the fourth ring, her voice entirely ordinary, the voice of a woman who had not recently been taken ill and had not recently called her daughter in distress, and was, in fact, she said with mild puzzlement when he asked, feeling perfectly fine. She had not spoken to Bella that morning. She had been planning to call later in the week. Was everything all right? Was Bella okay? He told her everything was fine and that he would have Bella call her. And he ended the call and stood in the kitchen with the phone in his hand, and the particular sensation of a man who has just had a suspicion confirmed that he had genuinely hoped would not be confirmed. He went to work because there was work waiting, and because standing in the kitchen was not going to produce any information the kitchen did not currently have available. He drove the familiar routes and handled the familiar business of his department, and spoke to his people with the ordinary competence of a professional whose external functioning was entirely independent of whatever his internal functioning was doing at any given moment. He had learned this separation early in his career and had had ample occasion to practice it over the years. He practiced it now through Monday and through Tuesday and through Wednesday, and driving the county roads and filing reports and holding his department together with the steady hand of a man who did not let his private concerns bleed into his public responsibilities. He called Bella's phone on Monday evening and received a text message saying she had landed safely and her mother was feeling better already and she would call tomorrow. The text was constructed with the same care as the story that had preceded it, each element in the right place, nothing extraneous, nothing spontaneous. He replied that he was glad she was safe and that he expected a call tomorrow. Tuesday's call came at 7 in the evening and lasted 9 minutes. She was fine. Her mother was improving. Phoenix was warm, which she said with the slight wonder of someone who had forgotten what warmth felt like after several months in Forks. He asked twice if everything was all right and received the answer twice that it was, and he listened to the steadiness of her voice and heard underneath it the same thing he had heard in the kitchen on Monday morning. The thin wire of something real and frightened stretched beneath the composed surface of everything she was saying. He called Harry after he hung up, because Harry was the person he called when he needed to talk through something he could not quite articulate, and Harry listened in his patient way, while Charlie said things around the edges of what he was actually trying to say, talking about Bella and the trip to Phoenix and his feeling that something was wrong without being able to specify what. Harry listened and made the sounds of someone listening and said at the end of it that kids kept things from their parents and that it didn't necessarily mean anything serious, and that Charlie should try not to manufacture worry when the available evidence didn't require it. Charlie thanked him and meant it, and hung up, feeling slightly better, and still not reassured. Wednesday passed. Thursday morning, he was at his desk reviewing the week's accumulated paperwork when the call came, routed through the main department line to his direct extension by a dispatcher who said Phoenix with a particular carefulness that told him everything about the register of the call before he picked up. A hospital, his daughter, an accident. She was going to be all right. She was asking for him. Listened the efficiency with which he cleared his desk and arranged apartment coverage and drove to the airport in Port Angeles. was something he would not clearly remember afterward. The way you did not clearly remember the operational details of moments that were happening too fast and too importantly for the recording parts of the brain to keep adequate notes. He was on a plane by 7 in the evening, which was what mattered, and he sat in his seat with his hands on his knees and the seat belt fastened and the tray table up, and all the other small compliances of air travel observed automatically, while his mind ran through everything it had and found it insufficient. She was going to be all right. He kept returning to this the way you return to something solid when the ground around it was uncertain. She was going to be all right, and the hospital had said so. And Cullen, who had apparently been reached as her emergency contact, had confirmed it with the authority of a physician who knew what he was talking about. She was going to be all right. The other things, the questions that had no answers, and the math that produced no sensible number, and the fear he had seen in her eyes on Monday morning in his kitchen, those things would wait. The plane would land and he would get to his daughter, and the rest would arrange itself in whatever order it was going to arrange itself. The hospital in Phoenix was large and bright and busy in the way that large city hospitals were busy. The controlled urgency of a place where emergencies were routine and the staff had learned to move through them with a professional efficiency, that was its own kind of reassurance. A nurse led him down a corridor that smelled of the particular combination of antiseptic and recycled air that was universal to hospitals everywhere, and through a door, and there was Bella. She was smaller looking than she ever did at home. This was the thought that arrived first, before the assessment of her injuries, before the clinical inventory his mind automatically began to compile. She was smaller looking in the hospital bed, with the white of the sheets around her, and the overhead light finding the pallor of her face. And he stood in the doorway for a moment before going to her, taking in the cast on her leg and the bandaging at her arm and the bruising along her face that he made himself look at directly and fully, rather than away from, because looking away from it would have been for his own comfort rather than hers. Our Renee was on the other side of the bed, her face carrying the specific, exhausted relief of a parent who has been frightened and is in the process of being unfrightened, but has not yet fully completed the journey. She looked at Charlie across the bed with the shared understanding of two people who had loved the same person from the beginning and were arriving at the same terrible present from different directions. He went to Bella's side and took her hand. She squeezed his fingers and looked up at him and said, "I'm okay, Dad," in the voice she used when she was saying the truest thing she could currently say without saying everything. "You don't look okay," he said quietly. "I will be," she said. "I really will." He sat in the chair beside her bed and held her hand and looked at her carefully, the whole of her. And then he looked at the room and at the doorway. And in the corridor beyond the doorway, he registered two things in the space of the same moment. Cullen stood just inside the door, with the quiet authority of a physician in a medical environment, his presence managing somehow to be both unexpected and completely inevitable. And beyond Carlisle, further down the corridor, Edward stood with his back against the wall and his eyes on the door to Bella's room, and the expression of someone who had been through something that had cost him considerably and had not yet had time to recover from the cost of it. Edward, here in Phoenix, in the corridor of the hospital where Bella had been admitted following an accident on a staircase in a city he had no stated reason to be in. Charlie looked at him for a measured moment, long enough to register what he was seeing and file it where it needed to be filed. And then he returned his attention to his daughter, because his daughter was what he was here for, and everything else was a question that would wait. He stayed 4 days. He slept in the hospital the first night, refusing to leave until the attending physician had personally walked him through Bella's chart and her prognosis and answered every question he could think of with a thoroughness that years of professional training had given him for generating questions. He slept in Renee's spare room after that, and he spent his days in the chair beside Bella's bed, watching her sleep and watching her wake and watching the colour come back into her face with the focused attention of a man who needed to see the evidence of recovery with his own eyes before he could begin to accept it. She told him the story of what had happened, the hotel, the stairs, the fall, the specific chain of circumstances that had produced the specific injuries currently healing in the specific hospital bed he was sitting beside. He listened to the story with both of his primary modes of attention operating simultaneously. The father hearing his daughter describe being hurt, and the policeman receiving an account of an incident, and both of them noticed the same things. The story was smooth. It was internally consistent. The details supported each other the way details did when they had been thought through, rather than when they were being recalled from genuine experience, which produced a different texture, a natural roughness of memory rather than the evenness of construction. He did not challenge it. He did not have sufficient information to challenge it productively, and more than that, he understood at some level that was not quite conscious, but was not quite not conscious either, that the truth of what had happened in Phoenix was not something he was going to be given in this hospital room, or perhaps anywhere, that it lived on the other side of a door that was not currently open to him, and might not be open to him for a very long time, if ever. He was a patient man. He had spent 20 years being a patient man in situations that rewarded patience and frustrated urgency. He applied that patience now, accepting what he was given, noting what he was not given, folding both carefully and putting them in the place where he kept the things he was not finished with yet. On the last evening before he flew back to Forks, he sat with Bella in the quieter part of the visiting hours when Renee had stepped out, and Edward had, with the careful sensitivity he occasionally demonstrated, found a reason to be elsewhere in the building for a while, and the room held just the two of them in the way rooms sometimes did when they were ready to. "I'm glad you came," Bella said. She was sitting up now, the improvement in her condition visible in her posture and in the quality of her alertness. "Did you think I wouldn't?" he said. She considered this seriously, in the way she considered most things. "No," she said. "I knew you would." "Then you know me," he said simply. She looked at him for a moment with something in her eyes that was not quite the composure she normally wore. Something more open than that, more present. "I do," she said. "I really do, Dad." He flew home the next morning and drove from Port Angeles to Forks, through the familiar rain on the familiar roads, and let himself into the house and stood in the kitchen for a long time before turning on the light. The house was the house it had always been, unchanged and reliable The coffee maker on the counter and the fishing gear in the corner and the crossword unfinished on the table. All of it the same. In all of it, somehow different. In the way that things became different when you had been frightened for someone you loved, and then been given them back, slightly altered in your understanding of how much they cost you, how much of yourself was invested in their continued presence in the world. He made coffee and sat at the table and let the quiet settle around him, and he thought about his daughter in the hospital in Phoenix and Edward Cullen in the corridor outside her room, and all the math that refused to resolve. And he held all of it with the patient steadiness that was the best he could offer any situation that was not yet ready to be understood. The file stayed open. It was going to stay open for a very long time yet, but Bella was alive and healing, and had squeezed his hand in that hospital room with the grip of someone who intended to keep being present in the world. And Charlie Swan was a man who knew how to take what was given and be grateful for it. He drank his coffee. He picked up the crossword. He let the rain do its work on the windows of the unchanged house, and he was home, and she was going to be all right. And for tonight, that was the whole of what he needed it to be. Bella came home from Phoenix on a Tuesday, which was an ordinary day for everything except the thing that was happening in it. Charlie had driven to the airport in Port Angeles with a particular anticipation of a man who'd spent 2 weeks operating in the specific discomfort of an empty house that had recently learned what it felt like to be full. And he stood in the arrivals area with his hands in his jacket pockets and watched the corridor with the same patient attention he had brought to this same airport on the January morning that had started all of this. That morning felt like a different era now. A before, with everything since constituting an after. The demarcation between them located somewhere in the events of the previous 2 weeks that he still did not have the full picture of. She came through the arrivals door on crutches, which he had known to expect, and which still required a moment of internal adjustment when he saw them. The cast on her leg was the kind that went to the knee, pale and slightly incongruous against her jeans, and she was navigating the crutches with the focused care of someone still learning the mechanics of them. Her bag over one shoulder, and her expression set with the concentration of physical effort. She looked up and saw him, and something in her face shifted in the way it did when she allowed herself to be relieved. And he went to her and took the bag from her shoulder without asking, and walked beside her to the exit with the steady presence of someone who understood that the most useful thing he could offer at this moment was proximity and silence. In the car, she looked out the window at the familiar wet green world returning around them and said, "It's good to be back." "House missed you," Charlie said, which was the closest he was going to get to saying what he actually meant, and which she received with the slight smile of someone who understood the translation. They drove the rest of the way in comfortable quiet, and the rain on the roof of the cruiser doing its patient work, the road home unwinding through the trees with the reliable familiarity of something that had always been there and would continue to be. Charlie kept his eyes on the road and his attention on Bella in the peripheral way he had developed over the months of learning to be present with her without pressing. And he thought that she looked tired in a way that went deeper than the physical recovery. A tiredness of a kind that sleep alone was not going to address. He had prepared the house for her return with the practical thoroughness he brought to problems he could actually solve. He had moved a chair to her room so she would have somewhere to sit that was not the bed when she needed a change of position. He had cleared a path through the hallway that eliminated any obstacles that might be awkward on crutches. He had stocked the refrigerator with the things he had learned she preferred over the months she had been living with him. The specific yogurt and the kind of bread she liked, and the tea she drank in the evenings when she was winding down. He had not said any of this to her, had not announced the preparations, because announcing them would have turned them into a performance rather than what they were, which was just care expressed in the only language he had fully mastered. She noticed anyway. She noticed in the way she noticed most things, quietly and completely, and without making a production of it. She stood in the hallway and looked at the cleared path, and then at him, and he picked up her bag and headed toward the kitchen, and said dinner would be ready in about 40 minutes. And that was the whole of the conversation they needed to have about it. The weeks of recovery that followed established their own rhythm, different from the rhythm they had built before Phoenix, but growing from it, adjusted for the new circumstances, the way rhythms always adjusted when the conditions changed. Bella was home from school for the first week, and Charlie arranged his schedule to be home for lunch during that week, which required some coordination with the department and which he managed without mentioning to Bella because he did not want her to feel managed. He came home each midday to find her at the kitchen table with her schoolwork or on the couch with a book, at the crutches leaning against whatever surface was nearest. And he made sandwiches, and they ate together and talked about things that were not Phoenix. And the not talking about Phoenix was its own form of conversation that both of them were fluent in by now. Edward came the evening of her first full day home. Charlie had expected this, had known it was coming with the certainty of someone who had been observing a situation long enough to know its patterns. And he answered the door and looked at the boy on his porch and stepped aside to let him in, with the resigned acceptance of a man who had decided that resistance to this particular fact of his life was less productive than accommodation of it. My Edward came in and went to where Bella was on the couch and sat beside her with the careful proximity of someone who had been frightened recently and was still in the process of recovering from the fright of it. And Charlie watched this from the kitchen doorway for a moment before going back to the dishes. What he saw in that moment, he turned over for a long time afterward. Not the suspicion that had characterized so much of his observation of Edward Cullen, though the suspicion had not gone anywhere. Something additional to the suspicion, something that sat alongside it rather than replacing it. The boy's relief at seeing Bella home and recovering was real. Whatever Edward Cullen was, and Charlie's file on that question remained extensive and unresolved. His feeling for Bella was real, and the reality of it was not something Charlie could look at and pretend he did not see. He finished the dishes and went to the living room and sat in his chair and turned the game on. And the three of them occupied the same space in the configuration that had become familiar over the spring. Bella and Edward on the couch, and Charlie in his chair, the television providing the ambient noise that made the silence between them comfortable rather than weighted. It was domestic in the specific way of things that had arrived at a form through repeated practice rather than design. And Charlie sat in it with the complicated mixture of feelings it reliably produced in him, the warmth of his daughter home, and the watchfulness that Edward's presence always activated, and the acceptance underneath both that this was what his life currently was, and that there were worse things than this to be living. The summer moved through its months with the particular quality of a fog summer, which was to say it was slightly warmer and slightly less rainy than the rest of the year, without achieving anything that people in other climates would have identified as actual summer. Bella's cast came off in late June, and she returned to school for the final weeks before break. And by July, she was moving without the crutches and without any visible reminder of what had happened in Phoenix, except for the occasional moment when she shifted her weight in a way that suggested she was still remembering where to be careful. But Charlie watched her through those months with the particular attention of someone who had been frightened for a person and was monitoring recovery, and what he watched was not entirely reassuring in all the ways he had hoped it would be. The physical healing was proceeding exactly as it should, but something in Bella had settled into a new position over the course of the summer. Something in the way she held herself and the way she talked about the future and the particular quality of her attachment to Edward that had shifted since Phoenix from something that might have been adolescent intensity into something that felt considerably more permanent than that. She was happy. That was not in question, had not been in question since Edward had come back into their daily life after her return, and the specific happiness she had around him was real and consistent, and not the kind that required outside validation to sustain itself, which Charlie distinguished from other kinds of teenage happiness he had observed professionally and parentally over the years. But the happiness had an edge to it now that had not been there before, or that had been there and was now more visible. A quality of urgency almost, as if she were aware of something she was not going to name. Some clock he could not see running underneath the ordinary surface of the summer. He raised it with her once, in the indirect way he raised things with her that he did not expect her to address directly. It was an evening in late July, the two of them at the kitchen table after dinner with the windows open to the mild night air, and he said, without looking up from the newspaper he was reading, "You seem like you've got a lot on your mind lately." Bella was quiet for a moment, the particular quiet of someone deciding. "I'm okay," she said. "I know you're okay," he said. "That's not what I said." Another pause. "I'm just thinking about things," she said. "The future. What comes next?" "College," he said, because college was the future they were supposed to be talking about. The conventional next step that he had assumed and hoped and never quite directly confirmed with her. "Among other things," Bella said, which was not a confirmation. He looked up from the newspaper and looked at his daughter, and she met his eyes with the steady, careful gaze she used when she was being as honest with him as she currently intended to be. And he understood that among other things was the full extent of what he was going to get on the subject tonight. And he went back to his newspaper and let the evening continue without pressing further. He talked to Billy that August on one of the Saturday afternoons at La Push that had resumed after Harry's death, with the slightly different quality of two men reconfiguring around an absence. They were sitting on Billy's porch with the fishing gear between them that they had not quite gotten around to using, the afternoon light doing its late summer work on the water in the distance. And Charlie said, without particular preamble, "Bella's planning something." Billy looked at him with the steady regard of someone who was not surprised by this statement. "What kind of something?" I don't know, Charlie said. That's what concerns me. Billy was quiet for a moment, looking at the water. She's happy though. Yes, Charlie said. She is. That counts, Billy said. It counts, Charlie agreed. It's not everything. Billy turned his coffee mug in his hands in the way he did when he was deciding something. The Cullen boy, he said finally. He good to her. As far as I can see, Charlie said. And then, because he was an honest man, he's good to her in ways I can see clearly, and there are other ways I can't see clearly, and it's the second category that keeps me up at night. Billy nodded slowly. Yeah, he said. I imagine it would. They sat with that for a while, the two of them on the porch with the fishing gear, and the late afternoon, and the absence of Harry, and the unspoken things that accumulated between people who had known each other long enough, that the unspoken things had their own weight, and their own presence in any room they occupied together. Charlie drank his coffee and watched the water and thought about his daughter planning something he could not see, and being happy in ways that alarmed him for reasons he could not fully articulate. And he let the afternoon do what afternoons at Billy's had always done, which was to hold things without resolving them, to be a space where the unresolvable could exist without demanding action. Then August became September, and September brought the new school year, and with the new school year came Bella's 18th birthday, which arrived on a Saturday with a low-key resistance to celebration that Bella brought to all occasions focused on herself. Charlie had gotten her books, 3 of them, chosen with the specific care of someone who had been paying attention to what she read and had ventured a guess about what she had not read yet. He had wrapped them badly and left them on the kitchen table with a card that said more than he usually managed in writing, because writing gave him slightly more room than speaking did for the things that did not come easily out loud. She had opened them at breakfast and read the card and looked at him with eyes that were doing the thing they did when she was moved and was not going to say so. And she had said thank you with a sincerity that required no elaboration. And he had said, "You're welcome," and poured more coffee. And they had eaten breakfast together in the good, easy silence of a Saturday morning that knew what it was and did not need to be anything else. The Cullens were having a party for her that evening. Charlie had received this information from Bella with the careful neutrality she used for things she expected him to have feelings about, and he had received it with his own careful neutrality in return, which was how most of the significant information in their household was exchanged. He had said to be home by 10, and she had said she would, and she had meant it, and he had believed her. And she had gone in the late afternoon, in the silver Volvo with Edward, wearing the pale blue blouse she had bought in Port Angeles in July, and Charlie had watched the car until it was gone, and then gone back inside, and found that the house felt particularly empty on this particular evening. His daughter, 18 years old, and at a party at the house of the family, whose file he had never managed to close. She came home at 9:15. He was still up, the game on, and largely unwatched. And he heard the front door and then her steps, and then she was in the living room doorway. And he knew before he had completed the task of reading her expression that something had happened at the party, because the expression she was wearing was the same one she had worn on the Saturday evening of the baseball game. The composed surface working hard over something real and unsettled underneath it. "How was it?" he asked. "Fine," she said. Good. They're generous. The Cullens. You're home early. I was tired. She was already turning toward the stairs. I'm going to go up. He watched her go and turned back to the game and sat with the familiar low hum of something he could not name and was not going to be told. And he thought that whatever had happened at that birthday party had shifted something, that they had crossed into a new phase of whatever this was, and that the new phase was going to be different from the one they were leaving in ways he did not yet have the information to anticipate. The days immediately following Bella's birthday had a different quality to them, and then the days became a week, and the quality did not change, but deepened. And Charlie realized he was watching his daughter move through her days with the particular careful brightness of someone compensating for something, and that Edward was not among the compensations. Edward was increasingly absent from his house, from the couch in the living room, from the dinner table where he had occasionally appeared, and from the general atmospheric presence he'd become in the life of the Swan household. Not gone entirely, not yet, but receding. And Bella was aware of the receding in the way she was aware of most things that mattered to her, quietly and completely, and with the careful composure of someone who was not going to let it show. He noticed. He said nothing. He made dinner and watched the game and kept the house running in the reliable way that was his primary available contribution. And he waited with the patience that was both his temperament and his most practiced skill. And he told himself that this was probably just the normal turbulence of a teenage relationship, and that it would resolve in the way that normal turbulence resolved. And he believed this with about half of his available conviction, and held the other half in reserve for the possibility that he was wrong. He was wrong. The receding became an absence, and the absence became a morning at the beginning of September when Bella did not come down for breakfast at the usual time. And Charlie went upstairs and knocked on her door and received no answer, and went in and found her bed empty and her window open to the grey morning air. His immediate alarm was the specific alarm of a parent discovering a child not where they should be, and he contained it with the practiced efficiency of a professional, and went downstairs and stood in the kitchen and thought through the available explanations in order of probability. She came through the back door 40 minutes later, pale and damp from the morning air, moving with the particular mechanical steadiness of someone operating on something other than their normal functioning. She looked at him, and he looked at her, and he understood in the space of that exchange, before either of them had said anything at all, that something had ended, and that the ending had been imposed rather than chosen, and that it had cost his daughter something she was still in the process of calculating the full price of. Edward, he said, because he needed to name it, even if naming it was all he could do. She nodded. One movement, unsmall and definitive. Okay, he said. He pulled out her chair. Sit down. I'll make breakfast. She sat. He made eggs he was not certain either of them would eat, and the kitchen held them both in the specific quiet of two people who were in the same place in the same moment, and were both somewhere else at the same time. And Charlie cooked and kept his back to her and gave her the privacy of not being watched while she assembled whatever she was going to need to get through the morning. He put the plate in front of her and sat down across from her and looked at his daughter and saw something in her face that he recognized from the long January years of the house being only his, the specific quality of a loss that had not yet understood its own dimensions. He ate his eggs and did not say anything useful because there was nothing useful to say. And he was present, which was the only thing that was available to him, and which he gave completely and without reservation, the way he had always given the things he had to give. It was not enough. He knew it was not enough, but it was what he had, and he gave it. And the kitchen held them both in the grey September morning, while everything that had been built over the spring and summer rearranged itself into whatever it was going to become next. The weeks after Edward left were the longest Charlie had experienced since the weeks after Renee had taken Bella and gone to Arizona, which was a comparison he did not make consciously, but that lived in him anyway, and the particular recognition of a specific kind of emptiness that he had felt before and had hoped not to feel again in this particular configuration. That emptiness had been his own then, a man alone in an unchanged house, learning the dimensions of what had left it, measuring the rooms differently now that fewer people were moving through them, adjusting to the sound of his own footsteps as the only footsteps. This emptiness was his daughter's, and sitting beside someone else's emptiness while being unable to fill it was a different and in some ways harder thing than carrying your own, because your own at least gave you something to do with your hands. Bella went through the motions of her days with a faithfulness to the external requirements of living that Charlie found both admirable and quietly alarming in equal measure. She got up at the correct time, which he knew because he heard her alarm, and then her footsteps, and then the shower running through the ceiling of the kitchen where he was making coffee. She came downstairs and ate something. Not much, not with any enthusiasm, but something. And he had learned early in those first weeks to accept something as sufficient rather than pushing for more, because pushing produced the same amount of food with the addition of an uncomfortable conversation, which seemed like a poor trade. She went to school and came home and sat at the kitchen table with her homework and answered his questions about her day with the brief, accurate responses of someone who was present enough to hear the questions and depleted enough to have very little left over for the answering of them. She went to bed at a reasonable hour, and the schedule was maintained. The requirements were met. From the outside, if you were not paying close attention, it might have looked like a person functioning normally. Charlie was paying close attention. He had been paying close attention to Bella Swan since January, and he was not going to stop now. And what he saw when he looked carefully at his daughter going through the correct motions of her days was not function, but the performance of function. The body remembering what it was supposed to do in the absence of the person who usually directed it. There was no colour in it. That was the thing he kept returning to in the evenings after she went upstairs, and the house settled into its quieter version of itself, sitting in his chair with the game on the television, providing the ambient noise he used to fill rooms that needed filling. Before Edward, there had been a quality to Bella's presence in the house, a warmth, a sense of someone genuinely inhabiting their space rather than passing through it. Now she was present the way a photograph was present, accurate and still, and not quite the same thing as alive. He did not know how to help her. This was the most honest thing he could have said about those first weeks, and he came back to it often, and with the specific discomfort of a man who had spent his professional life being the person who knew what the useful action was. In law enforcement, in most situations his life had presented him with, there was always something to be done, some practical response that moved things in a better direction, even when the better direction was incremental and the movement was slow. He knew how to act. He did not know how to simply be present without acting, without fixing, without the forward motion of a problem being addressed. Here, there was nothing to address. No action that would reach the thing in Bella that needed reaching. There was only the being there. And being there while being unable to help was the hardest thing he had been asked to do in a considerable number of years. He tried the available things anyway, because trying something was better than trying nothing, and because standing still in a situation that required patience did not mean standing empty. He suggested a movie in Port Angeles one Friday evening, framing it as casually as he could manage. Something to do, no particular significance, just an evening out. She said she was tired, and he said okay, and did not push it. And the following Friday, he suggested it again with the same casualness, and received the same answer with the same grace. He brought home takeout from the diner on a Tuesday evening. Her specific order, the one she had mentioned in passing 3 weeks before Phoenix, as something she liked, mentioned once without emphasis and without any expectation that he had filed it anywhere. He put it on the table and she looked at it and then at him, and something in her expression shifted slightly before the composure re-established itself, and she said thank you with a sincerity that did not require elaboration, and she ate more of it than she had been eating of his cooking, which he counted as a success and did not remark upon because remarking upon it would have turned it into something she needed to respond to, and she did not have much left for responding. He sat in the same room with her in the evenings without requiring conversation. This was the thing he could do most naturally, because it required the least performance from either of them and the most from neither, and because his own temperament had always been comfortable with shared silence in a way that made it a gift rather than an imposition in situations like this one. He watched whatever was on the television, and she read or looked at her homework, or sometimes just sat with her book open in her lap and her eyes focused on something he could not see. And he let her look at that invisible thing and did not ask what it was, because he thought he knew, and because asking would have required her to put it into language she was not ready for, and would not have changed anything about the underlying situation that the language would have been attempting to describe. The school called in the 3rd week of September. Not about attendance, which had remained perfect with the mechanical faithfulness of everything else Bella was maintaining, but about concern. A teacher who had sat beside Bella's visible absence from the room she was physically present in, long enough to think it worth mentioning to someone with authority to act. Charlie thanked the teacher and ended the call, and sat at his desk for a while, doing nothing with his hands before returning to the work of the day. That evening at dinner, he set his fork down and said, how with the careful indirectness he had learned to use for conversations that mattered, that the school had called. Bella looked up from her plate. About what? About you, he said. About how you're doing. A pause. I'm fine. I hear you say that, he said. I want you to know that you don't have to be fine right now. You just have to keep going. Those are different things, and only one of them is required. She looked at her plate for a moment. Something moved through her face that was beneath the composure, something more exposed and more real, and then it was gone. "I'm keeping going," she said quietly. "I know you are," he said. "I see it every day. I'm proud of you for it, Bella. More than you probably know." She did not respond to this directly, but the set of her shoulders changed by some small and unmistakable degree. Afani picked up his fork, and they finished dinner, and he counted the shoulder change as the response, because it was. He called Renee back on the evenings she did not call him first, which he did regularly with the frequency of a mother operating at a distance from a situation she could sense the edges of without being able to see the center. He gave her honest accounts of things without the details that would have frightened her beyond what was useful, describing Bella as struggling, as going through something hard, as managing with the resilience she had always had. Renee listened with the particular quality of someone trying to determine whether they were being given the full picture or a curated version of it. And Charlie gave her enough of the full picture to be honest, and kept enough back to maintain the stability that keeping Bella in Forks required. The question of Jacksonville came up in early October, raised by Renee with the hesitant directness of someone who had been turning it over for longer than the moment implied. Whether Bella might benefit from a change of scene, from the sun and the warmth and the proximity of her mother, from a fresh start in a place that did not have Edward Cullen's absence embedded in every familiar surface. Charlie sat with the phone against his ear and the question in the air of his kitchen, and thought about it with the seriousness it deserved. He thought about what a change of location would and would not reach in Bella. He thought about whether the grief she was carrying was the kind that moved with you, or the kind that needed to be sat with in place until it had said what it came to say. He thought about asking Bella to uproot herself again, to reassemble in a new configuration for the second time in less than a year, to perform the work of becoming new somewhere else at a moment when the work of simply continuing in the place she already was seemed to be consuming most of what she had. "I think she needs somewhere that stays the same right now," he said finally. "Something that doesn't change while she's finding her footing." Renee was quiet for a moment. "You sure you can manage, Charlie? It's a lot on your own." "I want to manage it," he said, which was more than he usually offered on the subject of his own desires, as and which surprised him slightly when he heard himself say it. "She's my kid. I want to be the one who's here." After he hung up, he stood in the kitchen for a moment, with the phone still in his hand, thinking about what he had said and finding it true in the way that things you say before you have time to curate them were sometimes more true than the things you prepared. He put the phone down and went back to the living room and the game and the evening, and he felt, underneath the ongoing worry and the helplessness and the heavy patience of those weeks, something that was specifically and unmistakably right about being the person who stayed. October arrived, and the trees did what they always did, which in Forks was less dramatic than it was elsewhere, since most of the trees were evergreen, and the change was more in the quality of the light than in any spectacular turning of color, a darkening, a deepening of the perpetual grey into something that sat closer to the ground. Charlie drove his routes and ran his department and came home each evening to make dinner and sit with his daughter, and got through October the way you got through hard months, by not looking at the whole of them but only at the immediate day, the immediate evening, the immediate meal, the immediate small exchange that was all the exchange either of them had available. It was Billy provided the opening, in the way Billy provided most things that proved to be important, and sideways and without announcement, and with the particular timing of someone who had been watching a situation and had identified the correct moment without making a production of having identified it. They were at Billy's kitchen table on a Saturday afternoon in mid-October, the weather having declined all invitations to cooperate with the fishing gear still optimistically by the door, and Billy said between one subject and the next that Jacob had been asking after Bella. Charlie looked at him. Asking how? How she was doing, Billy said. He's always had a soft spot for her, even when they were small. He heard things weren't going well, and he was wondering. Charlie thought about Jacob Black, Billy's youngest, who had been a fixture of the La Push landscape for all of Charlie's adult life, while who had grown recently into someone considerably larger than the boy Charlie carried in his mental image of him. He was a good kid, from everything Charlie had observed, with a particular warmth of someone who had grown up in a family where warmth was the baseline rather than the exception. Bella could use a friend, Charlie said. Jacob could use the company too, Billy said, which was as much of an ask as Billy ever made. Charlie mentioned it to Bella that evening, setting it down in the conversation the way he set most important things down, lightly and without emphasis, creating the possibility without pressing it. He said Jacob Black had asked after her. He said Jacob had always liked her when she visited summers. He said La Push was a nice drive when you needed a change of scenery. And he said all of this, and then went back to the game and left it there in the available space between them. She drove to La Push the following Saturday morning. He heard the truck backing out of the driveway while he was making coffee, and stood at the window watching it go with the particular quality of hope he had learned to hold carefully over the previous weeks, not too tightly, not loosely enough to lose it. She came home in the late afternoon with something different in her face. Not happiness, not anything close to happiness yet, not the restored version of herself that he was waiting for, but something that was not the mechanical nothing of the preceding weeks. Something that suggested the person inside the functioning had been briefly reached by something from the outside and had registered the contact. "How's Jacob?" he asked from the living room, keeping his voice in the easy register of someone asking a casual question. She stood in the hallway, pulling off her jacket, and said, "Good. He's good." And then, "He's easy to talk to." "He's a good kid," Charlie said. "He's kind of ridiculous," she said, and the way she said it had warmth in it, the specific warmth of someone describing something they had found genuinely surprising in a good direction, but in a good way. "He made me laugh." Charlie looked at the television. "High achievement these days," he said. He heard the slight sound she made, not quite a laugh, but the shape of one, and he looked back at the screen and let the evening continue and felt something in his chest loosen by a fraction, at the specific sensation of a pressure that has been holding at one level for long enough that you have stopped noticing it as pressure beginning to ease by a degree, small enough to question and real enough to feel. She went back the following weekend and the one after that. And by November, the Saturday trips to La Push had established themselves as a feature of her week, with the organic reliability of something that had found its own reasons for continuing. Jacob seemed to reach her through a different mechanism than anything else had reached her in those months, through humor and ease, and the uncomplicated generosity of someone who was not asking her to be anything in particular, who seemed content to let her be whatever she currently was, without either pushing for more or treating the current version as insufficient. And Charlie observed the effect of this from the edges and was grateful for it in the quiet, total way he was grateful for things that mattered. Color came back to her face. This was the first visible indicator, the thing he could see across the dinner table without needing to look specifically for it. Appetite followed, gradual and unannounced. The return of someone who had remembered that food was for something beyond the minimum maintenance of physical function. Then presence, the sense of the person inside the carefully maintained external Bella, beginning to re-inhabit her own life with something more than mechanical faithfulness. She laughed on the phone one evening in mid-November, standing in the kitchen with the phone in one hand and her mug in the other. A real laugh, unguarded and sudden, the kind that arrived before the person having it had the chance to decide whether to have it. The sound of it moved through Charlie in the doorway with the specific force of something he had been waiting for without fully knowing he was waiting for it. Something he had not realized had been missing until it came back, and he heard it and understood all at once what the house had been without it. He went back to the living room. He sat in his chair. He felt the kind of gratitude that does not require expression, that simply sits in the chest and is warm, and asks nothing of the person carrying it. And he thought about Billy Black on that October afternoon saying Jacob could use the company. And he thought that the small sideways things were so often the ones that reached what the large direct things could not. And he was grateful for Billy in the way he was grateful for the things that stayed where he left them. December arrived with a particular determination of Forks Decembers. The darkness coming earlier and sitting later. The rain achieving new levels of commitment. The town pulling inward in the way small towns did in their darkest months. The community becoming more conscious of itself through the simple necessity of shared endurance. Charlie ran his department and maintained his routines and watched his daughter with the careful, steady attention that had characterized the whole of the autumn. And what he watched through December was the continuation of the gradual return, slow and not linear and real. He had a conversation with her in the second week of December that he had not planned, but that the evening seemed to require, and they were at the kitchen table after dinner with the remains of the meal between them, and the rain committed to the windows, and the house holding them both in its reliable way. And he said, without preamble, "I want you to know something." She looked at him, waiting, in the way she waited when she sensed something was coming that required her actual attention. "This house is yours," he said. "Whatever happens next, wherever things go, however long any of this takes, you don't have to have it figured out, and you don't have to do it alone. I'm here. That's not going to change." She was quiet for a long moment. "I know that," she said finally. "Good," he said. "I just wanted to say it out loud, so there wasn't any question." Something settled in her face, some small and important thing finding a place it had been looking for without knowing where to look. "Thanks, Dad," she said, quietly and completely, without the careful management she used for most things. "Don't mention it," he said, and picked up the newspaper. And the evening continued in the good, quiet way of evenings in that house, when they were being what they were best at being, which was simply there, simply continuing, simply holding the two of them inside the reliable fact of their shared life, while everything outside it remained as complicated and unresolved as it had always been. The long winter shortened by degrees, one barely lighter morning following the one before, a one marginally less hollow evening accumulating against the previous one in the slow arithmetic of time that knows where it is going even when the people living inside it cannot yet see the destination. Charlie kept his eyes open and his file open, and his presence consistent, and his love steady, and he waited for spring with the particular patience of a man who had lived in Forks long enough to know that it came, always, and that the waiting for it was not wasted time, but simply the work that the season required. January arrived with a particular resolve of a month that knew it was going to be difficult, and had decided to be difficult completely, without apology or mitigation. The rain was the committed kind, the kind that didn't arrive in intervals but maintained itself as a permanent atmospheric condition, and the temperature sat in the range that was not cold enough to be dramatic, but cold enough to make every outdoor task feel like an imposition. Charlie drove his routes and ran his department and came home each evening to a house that was, compared to the September version of itself, considerably more inhabited, which he was grateful for in the ongoing quiet way he was grateful for most things that mattered. Bella was not recovered. He did not use that word to himself, because it implied a completion that he could see she had not reached, a return to the person she had been before September, that he was not certain was the destination anymore. But she was better, which was real, and which was enough for now. And the Jacob rhythm had continued across the turn of the year, with the reliable consistency of something that had found its own reasons for persisting. She drove to La Push on the weekends, and came home with a particular quality of someone who had spent time in a place that asked nothing difficult of them, and the colour that had returned to her face in November had stayed through December and into January, which Charlie counted as evidence of something more than temporary improvement. The missing persons cases began appearing on his desk in January, filtering through from the surrounding region with a gradual accumulation of a pattern that had not yet declared itself as a pattern, but that his experience told him to watch. Hikers in the Olympic Peninsula, a couple from a campground outside Port Angeles, a man whose car was found on a logging road north of Forks with no indication of where the man himself had gone. Each case individually had an explanation that was plausible. The wilderness around Forks being genuinely vast and genuinely unforgiving of people who underestimated it. Collectively, across the span of a few weeks, they produced a frequency that his professional instincts registered as worth attention. He discussed it with his deputies in their regular briefings, and they talked through the conventional theories with the methodical thoroughness his department was trained to bring to developing situations. Animal attacks were the leading candidate, something large enough to account for the absence of remains in several of the cases, a predator of unusual size or range. The Olympic Peninsula had its bears, its cougars, and the full complement of large predators that the wilderness supported. It was not impossible. He noted the conventional theory and filed it alongside the growing pile of cases and kept his eyes on the pattern. He mentioned it to Harry Clearwater, out of professional habit and personal friendship. On one of the evenings they shared in the first weeks of January, before Harry's health made those evenings less frequent. Harry listened and was quiet for a moment, and then said that the tribal council had been aware of disturbances in the area, that there had been some concern among the elders about things happening in the forest and along certain stretches of the coast, that it was being looked into by people on the reservation who had their own relationship with these particular stretches of land. Charlie asked what kind of disturbances, and Harry said the kind that were hard to specify, which was Harry's way of saying he had reached the edge of what he was able to share in his current official capacity, and Charlie accepted this the way he accepted Billy's partial answers, as a data point rather than a complete account. The LaPush dynamic was the other thing developing through January in ways that Charlie was tracking with the attention he gave to all the things occurring around his daughter's life. The easy rhythm of Bella and Jacob had continued, but something in it had shifted by degrees that he noticed without being able to attribute to any specific event. Jacob was still present, still the person Bella drove to see on the weekends, still clearly important to her in the way that had developed over the autumn. But something had changed in the texture of it. Some new element had entered the situation at LaPush that was affecting both of them in ways neither of them was bringing to Charlie's kitchen table for discussion. He noticed it first in Jacob. The boy had been coming to the house occasionally through the fall, appearing in the driveway on his motorbike, or arriving with Billy on the Saturday visits that had become part of the comfortable furniture of Charlie's week. And through those visits, Charlie had developed a clear picture of Jacob Black as someone whose nature was essentially uncomplicated, warm and direct and large in the way of people who had not yet learned to take up less space than they naturally occupied. In January, Jacob seemed different, larger, which was a physical fact that Charlie attributed to the particular speed of adolescent development in some young men, but also different in a way that was not only physical. Something in his manner that had acquired a seriousness it had not previously carried, a watchfulness that sat underneath the warmth rather than being absent from it. He mentioned this to Billy obliquely on a Saturday afternoon in late January, and Billy's response was the careful non-response of a man choosing his words with particular precision. Something about Jacob going through some things, about adolescence being its own complicated country, about it being a phase. Ned Charlie received this with the practiced acceptance of a man who had been receiving Billy's partial answers for 30 years and knew better than to push them toward more completeness than Billy was ready to offer. Then Bella came home from LaPush one Saturday in February, and she was alone, and she was not going back, or not immediately, not in the way she had been going. He could see it in the way she came through the door, the specific quality of her face that he associated with things that had been decided, things that had moved from the category of ongoing to the category of changed. She put her bag down and went to the kitchen and started making tea with the focused attention of someone occupying their hands while they managed something internally. And Charlie came to the kitchen doorway and waited. "Everything okay at LaPush?" he asked. "Fine," she said, which was Bella for no. "Jacob?" A pause. "He's going through something," she said, which was the same language Billy had used, and which Charlie noted was not a coincidence. "He needs some space right now," He okay? I think so, she said. I think he will be. She poured the water into her mug and held it in both hands and looked at the surface of the tea with the expression of someone sitting with something they did not have words for yet. It's just different right now. He nodded and went back to the living room and let her have the kitchen and the tea and the private processing of whatever had happened, because pushing into it would have helped neither of them and would have closed her off more than she already was. And he had learned by now which things she needed space to carry and which things she needed company for, and this was one of the former. The motorcycle situation arrived in March. He found out the way he found out about most things Bella did not intend for him to find out about, through the particular interconnectedness of a small town, where information traveled efficiently and where people who knew Charlie Swan tended to mention things to him that they thought he would want to know. A deputy, with the uncomfortable delivery of someone doing what they considered their duty, mentioned having seen the Swan girl on a motorcycle out on one of the back roads, riding with Jacob Black, the two of them on machines that looked like they had been built rather than bought, which was not in itself illegal, but which was the kind of thing the deputy had thought the chief might want to be aware of. Charlie sat with this information for approximately one evening before raising it with Bella, which was long enough to ensure that the conversation came from a place of parental concern rather than professional alarm, which seemed like the right register for the kitchen table. Someone mentioned they saw you on a motorcycle, he said, not looking up from the newspaper, which was a technique he had used before and which sometimes made conversations like this one easier to begin. Bella was quiet for a moment. Jacob fixed them up, she said. We've been riding. He set the newspaper down and looked at her. Motorcycles. Just on the back roads, nothing fast. Bella, you are the least coordinated person I have ever personally known, he said, with the directness he used for things that were genuinely true and genuinely relevant. You trip over flat surfaces. You're putting yourself on a motorcycle. Jacob taught me, she said. I'm careful. Being careful is not the same as being safe on a motorcycle, and it is certainly not. Dad. She met his eyes, and there was something in hers that stopped him. Not defiance exactly, but a kind of need that he recognized, and that changed the register of what he had been about to say. I need this. I know it sounds like I'm being reckless. I just need something that makes me feel. She paused. Present. Something that requires my full attention so I can't think about other things. He looked at his daughter and understood, and as he had understood through all the months since September, that the grief she was managing was doing things to her that he could not fully see, and that she was navigating as best she could with the tools she could find, and that the tools she could find were not always the tools he would have selected for her. He thought about the long, flat weeks of September. He thought about the color coming back to her face in November. Helmet, he said finally. Always. Non-negotiable. Yes, she said immediately. And not on the main roads. Okay. And if Jacob can't go, you don't go alone. She nodded, and the relief in her face was the specific relief of someone who had expected more resistance and was adjusting to receiving less. And he went back to the newspaper, and the conversation was over, and he was not certain he had made the right call, but he was certain that the wrong call would have been to refuse her entirely. Harry Clearwater's health declined through March, with the particular speed of something that had been developing longer than it had been visible. And Charlie watched his old friend move from manageable to concerning, with the helpless attention of a bystander, to a process that had its own timeline and consulted no one about it. Harry had known about the heart for months, had been managing it with the stubborn privacy of a man who did not want to be treated differently on account of a medical fact, and Charlie had known about it for nearly as long and had respected Harry's preference without entirely agreeing with it. He called Harry more often through March and April than he had before, stopping by La Push when he could on the pretense of one thing or another, sitting in Harry's kitchen the way he had sat in Billy's kitchen for 30 years, talking about nothing in particular while paying attention to everything. Harry was Harry, right up until he wasn't, and Charlie held this with the specific dread of someone who could see a particular kind of loss assembling itself in the near distance and could not do anything to redirect its trajectory. The crisis arrived on a Thursday in April in the specific form of 2 simultaneous emergencies, which was the way the worst days arranged themselves in Charlie's experience. Everything at once, and the world making no accommodation for the fact that a person could only be in one place and attending to one thing at a time. The call about Harry came in the same hour that Bella went missing near the cliffs at La Push, and Charlie stood in the station with both pieces of information arriving together and made the triage calculation that a professional was required to make and dispatch people to both situations, and drove toward La Push himself with a particular controlled urgency of a man who needed to be in 2 places and had chosen the one where he could do the most good. He found Bella on the beach, which was where the search had converged after working through the panic of not finding her on the cliffs or in the water, being attended to by Sam Yulee and another of the La Push boys, wet and cold and shaken, but present and breathing and fundamentally intact. He stood over her and looked at her with everything he had and satisfied himself that she was all right. And then he sat down on the cold sand beside her and put his arm around her wet shoulders and stayed there for a moment without saying anything at all, because some moments were not for saying things. He drove her home and got her into dry clothes and made soup that she ate at the kitchen table, wrapped in the quilt from the living room couch, and he sat across from her and looked at his daughter and thought about how many times over the course of this year and the year before it, he had sat in some version of this configuration. Bella recently retrieved from some situation that was larger than the story she was going to tell him about it, and himself sitting across from her with the patient, loving presence of a man who had accepted that the full truth was not always something he was going to be given, and who had chosen to be here anyway. Harry died that afternoon, while Charlie was on the beach, looking for his daughter. He learned about it when he got back to the station, and he sat at his desk with the information and felt the specific loss of a man losing one of the small number of people he had allowed himself to depend on, the particular grief of a friendship that had lasted long enough to become a fundamental part of the landscape of your daily life, and that was now going to be absent from it permanently, without any period of adjustment or transition. He called Billy that evening because Billy had lost more than Charlie had, and because 30 years of friendship meant that you called, regardless of whether you had anything useful to say. Billy answered, and they talked for a long time. not about Harry specifically, and not about anything else specifically. Just a long, meandering conversation of two men sitting together in grief across a telephone line, keeping each other company in the way they had kept each other company for 30 years on porches and in kitchens and in fishing boats on the river. The same companionship now in a new configuration, because configuration was what changed and the companionship was what stayed. Charlie came home late and found Bella asleep on the couch, the quilt around her, the television on low. He turned off the television and stood in the quiet living room and looked at his daughter sleeping and felt the whole accumulated weight of the year pressing down on him with the gentle insistence of something that had been patient about its own heaviness and was now in this quiet room at the end of this particular day, allowing itself to be felt completely. He covered her more completely with the quilt and went to bed, and the house held them both in the dark. And outside, the rain continued its reliable work on the windows of the town, and Charlie Swan lay in the familiar dark of his bedroom and was grateful, with a total uncomplicated gratitude that sometimes arrived at the end of the hardest days, that his daughter was downstairs and breathing, and that he was here to know it. Spring arrived in Forks with the particular quality it always had after a hard winter. Not dramatic, not sudden, but a gradual accumulation of lighter mornings and the return of birdsong to the yard, and the river running with the particular clarity of snowmelt from the mountains. All of it adding up to something that felt, after the long months of September through April, like an exhale the town had been holding for longer than it had realized. Charlie drove his routes with the window cracked for the first time since October, and noticed the change in the air, the way you notice things you had been waiting for without admitting you were waiting, with a relief that was quieter than the thing it was responding to had been loud, and that settled into him during the long morning drives through the wet green world of Forks, coming back to itself with the patient gratitude of someone who had gotten through something and was on the other side of it and knew it. Bella was still finding her way back. That was the honest assessment he carried through the spring weeks, the recognition that the crisis of April set back some of what the autumn and winter had slowly built, that the combination of the cliff incident and Harry's death and whatever had been happening with Jacob at La Push had cost her something she was in the process of recalculating the price of. She moved through her days with the careful management he had come to know as her response to things that were too large for immediate integration, maintaining the external requirements while the internal work proceeded at whatever pace the internal work decided it needed to proceed at, which was a pace she did not consult anyone about, and which he had learned not to attempt to accelerate by applying pressure from the outside. Jacob was largely absent through April and into May in a way that Bella did not explain beyond the formulation she had been using since February, that Jacob were going through something, that he needed space, that it was complicated. Charlie had heard this formulation enough times now that he had stopped expecting it to expand into anything more specific, and had filed it in the same place he filed all the things about La Push and the Cullen family, and the edges of Bella's life that remained outside his reach, and the place where he kept the things he was not finished with, but that he did not currently have enough information to do anything productive with. He asked after Jacob in the oblique way he asked after things he wanted information about without demanding it, and Bella gave him the formulation, and he accepted it. and the days moved forward in the way they had been moving forward since September, slowly and with more resilience than either of them would have predicted at the start of it. The missing persons situation was still on his desk in May, the pattern from January and February having not fully resolved in the way he had hoped it would, when spring made the wilderness less hostile and the conventional theories more plausible. There were fewer incidents now, which he noted as improvement, but the improvement was incomplete in a way that kept the file open and kept his attention partly directed toward the surrounding region in the professional way that never fully disengaged from a pattern that had not yet declared itself finished. He had been in contact with the county sheriff's office and with the state police about the accumulation of cases, and the official position remained the one it had always been: a predator, probably animal, probably more than one, the kind of situation that resolved itself through the attrition of the predator's territory shifting, or the human traffic in the relevant areas becoming more cautious. He maintained this position publicly and held his private uncertainties in the file alongside everything else. He was at his desk on a Tuesday afternoon in May and working through the week's accumulated paperwork with the focused efficiency of someone who preferred to keep the administrative side of the job from metastasizing into something that consumed the actual work of the job, when his phone rang and it was Bella, and the quality of her voice on the first word of the call told him something had shifted in the day. She said she was home. She said everything was fine. She said there was someone at the house and she thought he should know before he got there. He asked who, and she said Alice Cullen, and the kitchen at the other end of the call held a particular quality of managed information that he recognized and accepted with the practiced patience of someone who had been accepting it for a long time. He finished the hour he had remaining on his shift and drove home through the May afternoon with the window still cracked and the radio on low, and his mind doing the quiet preparatory work of a man who has been given advance notice that something is different and is deciding in advance how to receive it. Alice Cullen. Back in Forks, or passing through Forks, or whatever the correct description was of an appearance that Bella had thought worth warning him about. He turned this over without arriving at any conclusions and pulled into the driveway and went inside. Alice was at the kitchen table, which was where he had expected her to be, and Bella was across from her, and the conversation between them paused, with the particular quality of a conversation pausing for a reason, rather than simply because the subject had been exhausted. And Charlie stood in the kitchen doorway and looked at Alice Cullen with the careful, neutral expression he had developed for encounters with the Cullen family over the preceding year and a half. The expression that conveyed neither hostility nor welcome, but simply the presence of a man paying attention. "Alice," he said, "I didn't know you were back in town." "Just visiting," she said, with the bright, direct quality she always had, the particular brand of composure that was different from Edward's composure, warmer and more animated, but equally complete. She met his eyes fully and held them without the micro-adjustments that most people made, and smiled at him with what appeared to be genuine warmth. "I hope that's all right, Chief Swan." "Of course," he said, hard because it was the correct thing to say, and because he had not yet determined what the alternative would accomplish. He looked at Bella. reading her face with a fluency he had spent 1.5 years developing, and what he found there was the specific configuration of someone managing several things simultaneously. The careful composure over something that was moving underneath it, with more urgency than the surface suggested. He moved to the refrigerator and began making dinner, keeping his back partially to the table. In the way he had learned allowed conversations to continue with some degree of privacy, while he remained close enough to register the texture of what was being said, even when he could not hear all of it, if the conversation at the table was conducted in the low, careful register of people who were aware of an audience and had adjusted the version of the conversation they were having accordingly. Not whispering, not obviously guarded, but abbreviated in the way of people who had a fuller conversation available to them and were choosing not to access it in the current company. He noted this and cooked and did not comment on it, because commenting on it would have produced more caution rather than less, and he preferred the partial version to the version that would result from making the partiality explicit. Alice stayed for dinner, which he had expected once it became clear she was not going to leave before he arrived. She ate the way the Cullens always ate when food was placed in front of them, which was to say she moved the food around and occasionally transferred some of it to her mouth, and produced all the external behaviors of eating without producing the impression of someone for whom eating was something they did because they needed to. Charlie had observed this phenomenon around his table more times than he could count, and had filed it in the usual place and said nothing about it, because saying something about it would have required him to also say what he thought it meant, and he was not prepared to say that in his own kitchen on a Tuesday evening in May. The conversation over dinner was the kind they had developed for evenings when Edward had been present. The comfortable surface conversation about school and the town and the mild abstraction of plans and things that were approaching. Hat and Charlie participated in it and listened beneath it with the dual attention he had learned to bring to meals that contained more than they appeared to contain. Alice was easy company, he noted, had always been easy company in the particular way of someone who was genuinely interested in the people around them and made the conversation feel effortless by carrying more of it than they required you to carry. He could see why Bella liked her. He could see why Bella had missed her. After dinner, Alice left with the same fluid efficiency with which the Cullens did everything, and Charlie and Bella were alone in the kitchen with the dishes between them and the quiet that came after company departed. And Charlie washed the first plate and set it in the rack and waited for whatever was next. "It's good to have her back," Bella said, which was a beginning and also an offering, a piece of what she was feeling placed voluntarily in the space between them. "How long is she in town?" he asked. "I'm not sure," Bella said. "A little while, maybe." He washed another plate. "And the rest of the family?" The pause was brief but present. "Some of them might be coming back," she said, with a careful neutrality of someone delivering information they know will have an effect, and are trying to manage the size of that effect. "I think they might be thinking about coming back to Forks." He set the plate in the rack and turned around and looked at his daughter, and she met his eyes with the steady preparedness of someone who has said the thing and is waiting to find out what the thing costs. "Edward," he said. She held his gaze. "Possibly," she said. He turned back to the sink. He finished the remaining dishes with the methodical focus of a man who was using the physical task to give himself a few additional minutes with the information before he was required to respond to it. And when the last dish was in the rack and he had dried his hands, he turned back to his daughter and said, "We'll see how it goes," which was not an endorsement and was not a prohibition, and was the most honest thing he had available, given that nothing had happened yet that required either. Bella's relief was visible in the way she let out a breath she'd been holding for the duration of the dishwashing. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me yet," he said, and went to the living room, and the evening continued. 2 days later, Bella told him she was going to Seattle. A day trip, she said. Something she needed to do. She would be back by dinner. She said it with the deliberate casualness she used for things she expected him to have questions about, and was hoping he would not ask. The specific assembly of a story that he had learned to recognize by now, in the way you learn to recognize any pattern you had encountered enough times. He looked at his daughter across the breakfast table and read her face, and found that the same thing he had found in the kitchen, the morning she had told him Renee was sick, the carefully composed exterior over something urgent and real that was moving beneath it. "Seattle," he said. "Yes," she said. "Alone?" The briefest hesitation. "Alice might come along," she said. He sat with his coffee and looked at the table and thought about what he knew and what he did not know, and the long, consistent history of the gap between those two things in every significant event of the year and a half since Bella had arrived at this kitchen table for the first time. He thought about Phoenix. He thought about the baseball game weekend, about the cliff, about Harry. He thought about all the times he had been on the outside of what was actually happening while being told a version of it that was technically not a lie and practically not the truth. He thought about his daughter's face 2 evenings ago when Alice Cullen had been sitting at his kitchen table, and the quality of something in Bella that had been slightly more alive than it had been in the weeks before Alice's arrival, as some small return of warmth that he had not seen since before September. "Be back by dinner," he said. The relief and gratitude moved through her face with the expressiveness she showed when she was not quite expecting the outcome she had received. "I will," she said. "I promise." She was not back by dinner. The afternoon moved through its hours, and dinner came and went, and the evening deepened, and her phone went to voicemail with the particular silence of a phone that was off or unreachable, rather than simply not being answered. And Charlie sat in his chair with the television on and unloved, and waited with the specific quality of waiting he brought to situations where he had chosen to give the benefit of the doubt, and was now sitting with the cost of that choice. He heard a car in the driveway at 9:47. Not her truck, one a different engine, smoother and quieter than the old Chevrolet, familiar in the way of an engine he had heard before pulling up to his house. He did not move from his chair. The front door opened, and Bella came into the living room doorway, and behind her, visible in the hallway, with a particular composed stillness that Charlie's instincts had been filing away for a year and a half, was Edward Cullen. Charlie sat in his chair and looked at both of them in the silence that the room offered, and felt the full inventory of his response to this moment moving through him in layers. The relief of Bella home and present and physically intact, which was always the first thing. The relief that preceded every other response, and that he had learned to complete before moving to the next layer. Then the next layer. I'm the managed anger of a parent who had given his daughter latitude and had received a confirmation that the latitude had not been fully deserved. The specific frustration of a man who had known he was being given a partial story and had chosen to let it go, and was now looking at the evidence of the rest of the story standing in his hallway. And beneath both of those, quieter and more complicated, the thing he had been sitting with since Alice Cullen had appeared at his kitchen table 2 days ago. Edward was back, whatever that meant, whatever it was going to cost, whatever history it was arriving with. Edward was back, and Bella had gone to wherever she had gone to make that happen. And the look on his daughter's face in the hallway behind the boy she had spent 9 months recovering from was the same look she had been wearing since September in his absence. The specific look of someone for whom something essential had been missing and was now present again. "You're late," he said, keeping his voice at the level the situation required and not above it. "I know," Bella said. "I'm sorry, Dad. I should have called. Something happened, and I lost track of the time, and I should have called." "Where were you?" he said. She met his eyes with the directness she always brought to moments when she had decided the pretense was no longer sustainable. "Not Seattle," she said. "I'm sorry about that too. There was a situation with the Cullens, and I needed to be there, and I didn't know how to explain it properly." Charlie looked at Edward. Edward looked back at him with the same composed directness he always had, the quality of stillness that had never stopped registering as unusual to someone who had spent 20 years reading people professionally, the particular absence of the small betraying movements that most people could not fully control when they were under scrutiny. "Edward," Charlie said. "Chief Swan," Edward said. "I owe you an apology. Bella told you she'd be home by dinner, and she wasn't, and that's a responsibility I should have managed better. It won't happen again." Charlie looked at him for a measured moment. The apology was complete and correctly delivered, the acceptance of responsibility clean and without deflection, the commitment specific and direct. He filed all of this in the same place where everything else about Edward Cullen was filed. "See that it doesn't," he said. "You have my word," Edward said, and said it with the quality of someone for whom the word meant something specific and was not offered casually. Charlie looked at Bella. "We'll talk tomorrow," he said, with the even authority of someone choosing the timing of a conversation deliberately rather than having it now when the relief and the frustration were still too close to each other to be productive. "Okay," Bella said, and the gratitude in the single word was large enough that he was briefly glad he had chosen the delayed version of the conversation rather than the immediate one. Edward left, and Bella went upstairs, and Charlie sat in his chair in the quiet house for a considerable time before going to bed, turning the evening over in the particular patient way he turned things over when they required more processing than the day had already provided. The morning conversation happened over breakfast, which was his preferred setting for conversations that mattered, because the morning gave everything a quality of beginning again, of things being slightly more possible than they had been the night before, of the accumulated weight of the previous evening having rested overnight and being marginally more manageable in the early light. He waited until they were both at the table with coffee and eggs and the ordinary equipment of a weekday morning assembled around them. And then he said, without prelude, "Edward is back." "Yes," she said. "And you want him back in your life, here, in this house." She met his eyes with the steadiness she brought to the things she had decided past the point of reconsidering. "Yes," she said. "I know what it looked like when he left. I know what it did to me. I'm not pretending that didn't happen." A pause. "But he's back, and I want him here, and I'm asking you to let that happen." He wrapped his hands around his mug and looked at his daughter and thought about the 9 months between September and now. The long, specific cost of Edward's absence written into every week of that period in language he had watched her carry without being able to lighten for her. He thought about being a father in the specific situation of knowing that the thing your child is choosing has already hurt them, and watching them choose it again, and the impossible calculus of love and protection that this situation produced. "He hurt you," he said. "When he left, whatever his reasons were, the effect of it was real. I watched it, Bella. For 9 months I watched what that did to you." "I know you did," she said quietly. "And I know it was hard to watch. I'm sorry for that." "I'm not asking for an apology," he said. "I'm asking if you're sure." She held his gaze without wavering. "I'm sure," she said. "I know it doesn't make sense from where you're standing. I know what the logical position is, but he makes sense to me, Dad, even now, even after everything. When he's here, things make sense in a way they don't when he isn't, and I have tried for 9 months to find another way to feel that, and I haven't been able to." Charlie was quiet for a long moment, sitting with the honesty of what she had said, the particular honesty of someone who was not trying to sell him a version of the situation, but was giving him the actual thing, the true account of where she was and what she needed. He had always been able to tell the difference with Bella, and he was telling the difference now. 3 months, he said finally. "He treats you well. He's reliable. He has you home when he says he'll have you home. 3 months and we see how it goes." The relief and the gratitude arrived in her face simultaneously and completely, and she said thank you with the sincerity of someone who understood what the 3 months represented and was not taking it lightly. "Don't thank me," he said. "Be careful. Be smart. Don't let what you feel for him stop you from seeing what's actually happening." "I won't," she said. He believed her, which was the thing about Bella that had been consistently true since the first morning she had sat across this table from him in January of the year before, eating the eggs he had made with the focused concentration of someone doing something slightly above his usual capability. She withheld things. She managed what she shared with a care that sometimes frustrated him and that he had come to respect even when it frustrated him. But what she said, when she said it, she meant. And he held on to that amid everything else he could not hold on to. Edward came for dinner that evening, and Charlie sat across the table from the boy who had broken his daughter and come back and looked at him with a full inventory of his attention, looking for whatever the current version of Edward Cullen had to tell him that the previous version had not. What he found was the same, which was itself information, the composure, the stillness, the particular quality of his attention to Bella, total and genuine, and something beyond what Charlie had a name for. All of it exactly as it had been before the 9 months of absence, unchanged in the way that Charlie had always registered as strange, and that he was now simply noting without the energy of questioning, because the questioning had produced no answers and the noting at least had the merit of accuracy. He cleared the dishes and left them in the living room and stood at the kitchen counter with his coffee and the low sound of their conversation reaching him through the doorway. And he thought about 3 months and about being smart and about his daughter's face saying Edward made sense when nothing else did. And he held all of it with the patience and the love and the watchful, steady presence that were the only things he had ever had to offer this situation, and that he had been offering since the beginning and would keep offering for as long as it was required of him. The file stayed open. His eyes stayed open. And outside the kitchen window, the May evening settled over Forks with the particular gentleness of a spring night that knew the worst of the winter was behind it. The familiar world doing its familiar quiet work, and Charlie Swan stood in his kitchen and was present in the only way he had ever known how to be present, which was completely and without end. Summer arrived in Forks with the modest ambition it always brought to the season, offering slightly longer days and the occasional afternoon where the cloud cover thinned enough to remind you that the sun was a real thing that existed somewhere above the permanent grey, and then closing back over again before anyone had time to make plans around it. Charlie drove his routes with the window down when the rain permitted and noticed the particular quality of a Fork summer, the way he noticed it every year, as a gentle loosening rather than a transformation. The town exhaling slightly without fundamentally changing its nature. He'd always found this reassuring rather than disappointing. He was a man who trusted gradual things more than dramatic ones, and Fork summers were nothing if not gradual. Edward had been back in Bella's life for 6 weeks, and the 3-month period Charlie had established was proceeding in the way it was proceeding, which was to say that Edward was present, was reliable in the specific ways Charlie had stipulated, had Bella home at the times he said he would have her home, and sat across Charlie's dinner table twice a week with the composed attentiveness that Charlie had been cataloguing since March of the previous year, without arriving at any conclusion about it that he was ready to act on. The file stayed open. The observations continued to accumulate. Charlie maintained the watchful neutrality he had settled into as the sustainable long-term position for a man who had questions he was not going to be given the answers to, and who had decided that his daughter's presence in his life mattered more than the resolution of those questions. And the news from Seattle was the professional backdrop to the summer, the thing that ran underneath his daily work, the way difficult cases always ran underneath the daily work, present even when not actively attended to. The killings had reached the level of statewide attention by June, the pattern impossible to dismiss as anything other than what it was, a series of violent deaths in an urban area, the perpetrators unknown and apparently multiple, the victims random in the way that made the randomness itself a form of information. Charlie attended the inter-agency meetings that the situation generated and listened to the theories and contributed what his department's perspective could contribute, which was the knowledge of a man who had been watching the edges of a pattern for longer than the city detectives had been involved in it. He did not share all of what he knew, or rather, all of what he had observed and not been able to explain within conventional frameworks, because what he had observed did not fit conventional frameworks, and offering it would have produced more questions about his own judgment than useful investigative leads. He shared what was shareable, maintained the official position, and drove home through the summer evenings with the unresolved professional matter, sitting alongside all the unresolved personal matters in the patient, organized way of a man who had learned to carry multiple open files without letting any of them spill into the others. The division between Bella's two worlds, the Lapush world and the Forks world, was the thing that occupied his observational attention most consistently through June and July. He had always been aware of the social geography of the area in the way that a police chief was aware of the territories and boundaries of his jurisdiction. The Lapush Reservation and the town of Forks existing alongside each other, with the particular relationship of communities that share space without fully sharing identity. He knew the tribal council members and the families on the reservation with the professional familiarity of someone who had worked alongside them for 20 years. And he knew the informal social boundaries that the young people on both sides navigated, the loose and long-standing understanding about territories and presences that had the quality of something old rather than something decided. What he noticed over the summer was that those informal boundaries had acquired sharper edges, as that the looseness had tightened into something more deliberate, and that Bella was navigating between the two sides of it with the careful attention of someone who understood that the navigation itself was significant in a way she could not fully explain to him. He raised it on a Tuesday evening in late June, the two of them at the kitchen table after dinner, with the windows open to the mild evening and the dishes done, and the time available for the kind of conversation that required a certain quantity of unhurried space around it. "I've been noticing something," he said, in the way he introduced things he wanted her to think carefully about, rather than respond to reflexively. Bella looked up from the book she had been reading. "What kind of something?" "The Lapush kids," he said. "Sam Yuli's group and the Cullen family. There's something between those two groups that I've been watching for a while now, and I can't quite get a line on it." She was quiet for a moment, the quality of her quiet telling him she was deciding something rather than simply thinking. "They don't really get along," she said carefully. "Old history, I think, between the families." "Old history," he repeated. "Billy's mentioned something like that." "Yeah," she said. "And you're in the middle of it," he said. "Between Jacob on one side and Edward on the other." She met his eyes. "Something like that," she said. "That's a hard place to be," he said. Something moved through her expression that was more honest than what she usually offered him on the subject of the competing demands on her loyalty. "It is," she said quietly. "It really is." He nodded and let the subject rest where it had landed, which was slightly further along than it had been before, and picked up his own book and let the evening continue. He was not going to get more than that tonight, and more than that tonight was not what the conversation needed to be. What it needed to be was what it had been, an acknowledgement that he was paying attention and that she was not alone in the middle of it, and he thought that had been accomplished. Jacob appeared at the house in July for the first time since the spring, arriving on a Saturday morning on foot, since the motorbike was apparently undergoing some revision that had temporarily grounded it, appearing in the driveway with the particular size he had acquired over the past several months that still required an internal adjustment from Charlie every time he saw it. The boy had been large before. He was something beyond large now, broad across the shoulders in a way that suggested not just growth, but a fundamental restructuring, and he moved with a different quality than he had moved with in the fall, something more deliberate in it, more aware of itself. Charlie was on the porch with his morning coffee when Jacob came up the drive, and he raised a hand in greeting, and Jacob raised one back with the easy warmth that had always characterized his interactions with Charlie, and that, he noted, had survived whatever the winter and spring had put him through without being fundamentally altered by it. "Jacob," Charlie said, "I haven't seen you in a while." "Been a weird few months," Jacob said, stopping at the base of the porch steps and looking up at Charlie with a directness that was characteristic of him, the quality of someone who made eye contact because they were actually looking at you rather than performing looking. "Is Bella around?" "Inside," Charlie said. "Go ahead in." And then, because he was a man who said the things that needed to be said when the opportunity presented, "Good to see you, son. Genuinely." Something in Jacob's face received this with more weight than the words themselves carried. The particular reception of someone who had needed to hear a simple good thing and had not been expecting to receive it from this specific direction. "Thanks, Chief Swan," he said. "Good to see you too." Charlie sat on the porch and finished his coffee and heard through the kitchen window the sound of Bella's voice and Jacob's voice, the particular quality of an exchange between two people who had history and complication between them and were finding their way through it in real time, negotiating something that he did not have the context to fully understand, but that he trusted was being navigated by two people who fundamentally meant each other well. Jacob stayed for lunch, which Charlie made with the easy hospitality of a man who had learned that food was the simplest form of welcome and the one that required the least explanation. The three of them sat at the kitchen table with sandwiches and the particular quality of a meal that contains people who are managing something complicated alongside the sandwiches, and the conversation moving around the edges of the complicated thing, with the careful navigation of people who had an unspoken agreement about what was in the center of the table and were treating it with appropriate caution. "How's Billy?" Charlie asked, because Billy was always available as neutral ground. "Good," Jacob said. "Worried about stuff, but good. You know how he is." "I do," Charlie said. "Tell him I'll come by this week. We're overdue." "He'll like that," Jacob said. And then, after a pause that contained something being decided, "He misses Harry. We all do." "Yeah," Charlie said. "Me too." The table held this for a moment, the simple acknowledgement of a shared loss, and then the conversation moved on in the way conversations moved on from true things that had been said, carrying the truth along below the surface, where it could continue to do its work without requiring ongoing attention. After Jacob left, Bella helped clear the table with the focused efficiency she brought to physical tasks when she was thinking about something else, and Charlie washed the dishes and waited for whatever she was going to offer or not offer from the thinking. "He's trying," she said eventually, stacking the dried plates in the cabinet. "Jacob, he's trying really hard to be okay with everything." "What's everything?" Charlie asked, which was a genuine question, with a genuine hope of receiving something useful in return. She was quiet for a moment. "Edward being back," she said. "Jacob has strong feelings about the Cullens. It's complicated." "The old history," Charlie said. "Yeah," she said. "It goes pretty deep. And you're asking Jacob to set it aside because of how you feel about Edward he said, not accusingly, just placing the structure of the situation in the air between them where they could both look at it. She dried her hands on the dish towel and leaned against the counter and looked at him with the expression she wore when she was being more honest than she usually managed to be. I'm asking everyone to set a lot of things aside, she said. I know that. I'm not pretending I'm not. As long as you know it, he said. The people who set things aside for you deserve to know you see what they're doing. She nodded, and he could see that this had landed somewhere useful, and he turned back to the sink and finished the last of the dishes and let the conversation be what it had been, which was enough. The summer deepened into August, and the professional situation with the Seattle killings reached the point of federal involvement, which was both a relief and a frustration in the way that federal involvement in local matters tended to be. The relief of additional resources meeting the frustration of jurisdictional complexity and the particular diplomatic demands of multiple agencies with competing priorities trying to work a case together. Charlie navigated this with the patient professionalism of someone who had been dealing with bureaucratic complexity for 20 years and who understood that the navigation itself was part of the job and not something to resent. He drove past the Cullen house one evening in late August on the route home that took him past it, which he had been taking more often than the most direct route home required without examining why too closely, and noticed the lights on and the additional vehicles in the driveway that had not been there the previous time he had passed, which suggested that the household had expanded in some way he had not been informed about. He noted this as he noted everything connected to the Cullen family, without immediate action, with ongoing attention, adding it to the file that remained open. He mentioned it to Billy on a Saturday afternoon visit in late August, sitting on Billy's porch with the fishing gear and the late summer light on the water, and the easy companionship of 30 years of friendship, providing the container for a conversation that was not easy. The Cullens seemed to have company, Charlie said. In the oblique way he said things to Billy when he was looking for Billy's read on them. Billy's hand stilled briefly on his coffee mug. That's so, he said. Vehicles I haven't seen before, Charlie said. More people in the house than the usual family. Billy was quiet for a moment, and Charlie recognized the quality of his quiet as the quality of someone who had information that they were deciding what to do with. It's probably nothing to worry about, Billy said finally, which was not what he would have said if it were actually nothing to worry about. And both of them knew this, and neither of them said so. Billy, Charlie said, in the direct way he used when he had decided the oblique approach had been given sufficient runway. I've been watching things in this town for 20 years. I've been watching your family and the Cullen family and the space between them for the better part of 2 years specifically. I'm not asking you to tell me things you've decided not to tell me. I'm just asking you to tell me if my daughter is safe. Billy looked at him across the porch with the eyes of a man who had known Charlie Swan for 30 years and who understood the specific quality of the question being asked, the weight of it, the love that was underneath it, and that had been underneath everything Charlie had done with regard to Bella since the previous January. She's safe, Billy said, and the way he said it had the quality of a statement that had been considered carefully before being made, that had been examined from multiple angles and found to be true before it was offered. Whatever's happening, Charlie, Your daughter is safe. I believe that." "You believe it," Charlie said. "You don't know it." "There are things I know and things I believe, and that particular thing I believe strongly," Billy said. "That's the most honest I can be with you right now." Charlie nodded slowly and looked at the water and drank his coffee and let this be what it was, which was Billy giving him everything Billy could give him, which was less than he wanted and more than he had no right to expect, given how little of the relevant information had ever been made available to him. He sat with it the way he sat with all the things he wasn't going to get full answers to, with the patience of a man who had accepted that patience was the operating mode the situation required, and who was committed to the operating mode even when it cost him. "Tell me something I can actually do something about," Charlie said eventually, because sitting in the unresolvable for too long without a practical outlet was not his most sustainable position. Billy thought about this. "Come to dinner Friday," he said. "Bring Bella if she wants to come. Jacob would like to see her, and she'd probably like to see him, and I'd like to feed you both something that isn't whatever you've been making in that kitchen of yours." Charlie felt the slight unwinding of tension that had accumulated over the previous conversation. "My cooking is fine," he said. "Your cooking is reliable," Billy said. "That's different from fine." "Friday," Charlie said. "We'll be there." He drove home through the late August evening with the window down and the summer air moving through the cruiser and Billy's words accompanying him. "And is she safe?" The specific weight of a statement made carefully by a man who did not make statements carelessly. He did not fully trust it, because fully trusting things he could not verify was not something his nature or his training allowed. But he held it alongside everything else he was holding. The open file and the accumulating observations and the ongoing patient vigilance of a man who had decided that being here and paying attention was the best available contribution he could make to a situation that continued to exceed his understanding at almost every level. He pulled into the driveway and sat in the cruiser for a moment before going in. Looking at the lights in the house, Bella's light on upstairs, where she was presumably reading or doing the homework she claimed to be ahead of, or talking to someone on the phone in the low voice she used when she wanted the conversation to remain private. His house, his daughter inside it. The summer evening settling over Forks with the gentle patience of late August light going off the wet road, and the familiar world arranging itself for the night in all its familiar ways. He got out of the cruiser and went inside and called up the stairs that he was home, and heard her call back that she knew. And he went to the kitchen and made the coffee that was not fine, but was reliable, and sat at the table with the file open in his mind the way it always was, and looked at the surface of the table and was present in the only way he knew how to be present, which was steadily and without condition, and for as long as it was required of him, which he suspected there was going to be for a very long time yet. The Seattle situation resolved in June with the particular abruptness of things that have been building for a long time and then stop. The reports of violence dropping off with a suddenness that the official interagency investigation attributed to the apprehension of several suspects in connection with the earlier incidents, the details of which were handled at a level above Charlie's jurisdiction and reported to him in the summary form of someone being told what they need to know for departmental purposes, rather than what they might want to know for the purposes of full understanding. and he accepted the summary with the professional grace of someone who had been working alongside partial information for long enough that partial information had stopped surprising him, filed the closed version of the case alongside the open version he had been maintaining privately, and noted the discrepancy between what the official account explained and what his own observations over the preceding months had suggested was actually happening, without taking that discrepancy anywhere it currently had nowhere useful to go. The summer settled into its final weeks, with the particular quality of late summer in Forks, the light changing in the way it changed in August, the angle of it shifting towards something that was not yet autumn, but was no longer fully summer. But the mornings cooler and the evenings shorter, and the whole landscape doing the incremental work of transition that Charlie had watched for enough decades that he recognized each stage of it, the way you recognize the stages of something you have been paying attention to for a long time. He drove his routes and ran his department and came home each evening to the house where Bella was, and the summer was, on the surface of it, the most ordinary the year had offered since the previous January. Bella was well. This was the thing he returned to most often when he assessed the summer, the simple central fact that his daughter was better than she had been at any point since September of the previous year. She laughed at dinner, where she had opinions about things and expressed them without the careful management she had brought to her first weeks in Forks, and that had returned in the months after Edward's departure. She was planning for the school year with the forward-looking energy of someone who had reconnected with the idea of a future that extended beyond the immediate present, and the reconnection was genuine in the way Charlie had learned to distinguish genuine things from performed ones in his daughter, visible in the specific quality of her attention and the naturalness of her engagement with things that were coming rather than already here. Edward was the constant that the summer revolved around, all present at the house with the reliable frequency of the 3-month arrangement that had long since extended itself past 3 months into something that had simply become the ongoing fact of their lives. Charlie had stopped counting the months and started simply observing the reality, which was that Edward Cullen was in his house and at his table and in his daughter's life with a permanence that the original probationary framing had never genuinely contained. He received this reality with the resigned acceptance he brought to the things he could not change and would not improve by resisting, focusing his energy instead on the ongoing observation of it, the patient cataloguing of evidence that had not yet produced the conclusion he was waiting for. He noticed the additional vehicles at the Cullen house continuing through July and into August, the expanded presence that suggested guests or extended family or something else that he did not have the framing to correctly identify. He drove past the property on his evening routes more often than strict professional necessity required, and noted the lights and the vehicles and the general quality of increased activity without being able to attach it to anything he could act on. And he filed it and drove home and made his dinner and sat in his chair. The graduation preparations took over August in the way that any significant milestone reorganized the household around itself. Bella acquiring the cap and gown and managing the logistics of senior year's conclusion with the quiet efficiency she brought to most practical tasks, and Edward involved in these preparations in the particular way he was involved in everything connected to Bella, present and attentive and useful without being directive, supporting her management of her own life rather than substituting his judgment for hers. Charlie observed this and filed it in the same place he filed the other things about Edward that were correct without quite resolving. The growing collection of evidence that the boy, whatever else he was, genuinely attended to what Bella wanted, rather than what he wanted her to want. The graduation ceremony itself was held on a Thursday evening in the high school gymnasium. The folding chairs arranged in the configuration that transformed the sporting venue into something approximating a formal occasion, and the families of Forks High School's graduating class assembled in the rows behind the seats reserved for the graduates themselves. Charlie sat in the third row on the aisle in his good jacket, which he had pressed that morning with the focused care of someone doing a thing correctly, because the occasion required it to be done correctly, and he watched his daughter walk across the stage and receive her diploma with the contained pride of a man who had learned that pride expressed too openly made the person it was directed at uncomfortable. The Cullen family was present in their full complement, which meant a row of them occupying the seats on the far side of the gymnasium with a particular collective quality they always had in public spaces, the beauty and stillness of them drawing the eye in the way things that were slightly outside the ordinary always drew the eye without the people doing the looking being entirely able to say why. Charlie glanced at them periodically throughout the ceremony with the professional attention he maintained toward things his instincts had flagged over extended periods, noting that the additional members he had been observing at the property through the summer were present here as well. Faces he did not recognize seated among the family he did, and that the family configuration was larger than it had previously been in the public context where he had seen them assembled. He filed this and returned his attention to the stage where Bella was now seated with her classmates, Mom, her face carrying the expression she wore when she was being present. In a moment she had decided to be present in rather than simply moving through it, and he let himself feel the graduation for what it was. His daughter completing a year of high school in his town, in his house, having arrived from Phoenix in January of the previous year, with a bag that was too heavy for her, and a life she was managing with more composure than anyone should have needed at 17. He was proud of her. He was proud of her in the total uncomplicated way that sat underneath all the complicated things, and was independent of all the questions that remained open and all the situations he did not fully understand. She was his daughter, and she was extraordinary, and she had crossed his stage and received her diploma, and he was proud. After the ceremony, there was the gathering in the gymnasium foyer that these events always produced, families converging and photographs being taken, and the general warm noise of a community celebrating something collectively. And Charlie navigated it with the easy familiarity of a man who knew everyone in the room and who was himself a fixed point in the social geography of the town. People came to him and he received them with the genuine warmth he felt for most of the people of Forks, the warmth of long acquaintance and shared history, and the particular affection that small-town life produced between people who had been part of each other's daily existence for long enough. Carlisle Cullen found him at the edge of the foyer near the end of the gathering, which Charlie noted was deliberate without yet knowing its purpose, and the particular quality of someone who has identified a moment they have been waiting for and is moving toward it with intention. Chief Swan, Carlisle said. extending his hand, which Charlie took with the professional courtesy that governed all his interactions with Carlyle regardless of everything else. Bella should be very proud tonight. She should, Charlie said. She's worked hard. She's remarkable, Carlyle said, with the sincerity that characterized his public interactions with Charlie, the quality of meaning what he said, rather than saying what was expected. Edward thinks so too. We all do. She fits with our family in a way that has surprised all of us, I think. Charlie looked at him. Carlyle met his gaze with the steady directness that was his characteristic mode, at the quality of someone who was accustomed to delivering difficult information and who had learned to do it with both honesty and care. That's a kind thing to say, Charlie said, which was not quite an acceptance of the compliment, and not quite a deflection of it. I mean it, Carlyle said, and I want you to know that whatever comes next, whatever Bella and Edward decide together, you're a part of what she brings with her. Her family is her family. That doesn't change. Charlie studied the man across from him, reading the statement with the full inventory of his attention. Whatever comes next, whatever Bella and Edward decide together. The language was careful in the way of someone who knew something specific that they were not saying directly, and the something specific produced a quality of dread in Charlie's chest that he managed with the practiced containment of a professional, but that was present and real. Is there something specific coming next that I should know about? Charlie asked, because he was a direct man when directness was available to him. Carlyle smiled, the measured smile of someone navigating a conversation carefully. I think that conversation is Edward and Bella's to have with you, he said. I just wanted you to know where our family stands. She matters to us. Charlie nodded, and they shook hands again, and Carlyle moved back toward his family, and Charlie stood at the edge of the foyer and watched him go and held the conversation in the same place he held all the conversations that told him something without telling him what it was, and he thought, and not for the first time, that Carlyle Cullen was a man who chose his words with extraordinary precision, and that the precision was worth attending to. The night it happened, he was home watching television. He would think about this afterward, the specific ordinary quality of that Tuesday evening in late June, the game on the television and the beer he was nursing, and the house in its summer evening configuration. Bella's truck in the driveway, suggesting she was home, although he had not heard her come in, and the mountains above Forks doing whatever the mountains above Forks were doing, in the darkness beyond the reach of his awareness. He would think about the ordinariness of it, and about the thing that was happening in those mountains, while he sat in his chair, and the thing he would never be given the full account of, and that he would piece together imperfectly from what he was told, and what he observed, and what he knew without being able to say how he knew it. He did not know there was a battle. He did not know that the thing which had been building through the summer, the additional people at the Cullen house, and the sharpened edges of the La Push boundary, and the strange resolution of the Seattle situation, had been building towards something specific and violent, and that the something specific and violent had happened that night in the clearing above Forks, while he watched the game and drank his beer and assumed the world was proceeding in its ordinary way. He knew something the next morning, not through information he was given, but through the quality of the day, that the particular way Bella seemed when she came down for breakfast, the texture of her composure, which was the composure of someone who had been through something and had come out the other side of it and was still in the process of understanding the dimensions of what they had come through. He looked at her across the breakfast table, and she looked back at him with the steady eyes of someone who was managing information she was not going to share. And he looked at her and thought about Carlisle's words at the graduation, whatever comes next. And he ate his eggs and said nothing and waited. The news from Seattle continued to be the resolved version of itself, the official account holding in the way official accounts held when there was no competing account with sufficient credibility to challenge them. Charlie maintained the official account professionally while holding his private version of the pattern he had been observing, the version that had never quite fitted the official framework and that was not going to be resolved by the closure of the file. And he drove his routes and did his job and came home each evening to the summer house and waited for whatever was next with the patient certainty that something was. It came on a Saturday afternoon in July. Edward arrived at the house in the mid-afternoon and asked if Charlie had a few minutes, which was a request Charlie had not received from Edward before. The directness of the ask unusual in someone who generally communicated through the filter of Bella's intermediary presence in his household. Charlie set down the newspaper and looked at the boy standing in his living room and said he had a few minutes. And they sat down on opposite sides of the living room with the quality of two people who have something to say to each other and are figuring out how to begin. Edward sat with his characteristic stillness and looked at Charlie with a direct, composed gaze that had never stopped registering as unusual to someone trained in the way Charlie was trained, and said, "I'd like to ask Bella to marry me. I'm asking your permission, and I want you to know that whether you give it or not won't change what I feel for her. But I want to ask you because she loves you and you matter to her, and that means you matter to me." Charlie looked at him for a long moment, and he thought about what he had been expecting and decided that this was not quite it, and also that he had perhaps been expecting something like it without letting himself know he was expecting it, the particular quality of something arriving that had been announced by a series of smaller things, and that was therefore not entirely a surprise even when it felt like one. "You're 18, Charlie said, because this was the available concrete objection. "I know," Edward said. "I understand this seems very young, but what I feel for Bella is not something that changes with time, or that I need more time to understand. I know what it is." Charlie looked at him. He thought about whatever comes next. He thought about the 9 months of last year and Bella's face saying Edward made sense when nothing else did. He thought about the quality of the conversation they were having, which was a quality he had not expected, and that he was finding unexpectedly difficult to dismiss. The directness of it, the honesty of a statement that acknowledged his possible refusal without using that acknowledgement as leverage. "She's happy," Charlie said, which was not an answer to the question, but was the truest thing he had. "I know," Edward said. "I intend for her to remain so." "That's easy to intend," Charlie said. "It's harder to do." "I know that too," Edward said, and held Charlie's gaze with the steady, absolute composure that had been registering in Charlie's file for a year and a half, and that, in this context, in this conversation, carrying this particular weight, read not as strangeness, but as certainty. And Charlie looked at the wall behind Edward's head for a moment, at the familiar surface of his familiar living room, the room he had sat in for 20 years, The room Bella had changed simply by being in it. He thought about being a father at a moment like this one. He thought about what he knew and what he didn't know, and what he was probably never going to know about Edward Cullen and the family he came from, and the gap between how things appeared and how things were. "Yes," he said finally, "on the condition that she says yes because she wants to, and not because she's been talked into it, and on the condition that you understand what you're taking on. My daughter is not simple. She's not easy. She's worth every bit of the difficulty, but you need to know it's there." "I know it's there," Edward said. "It's one of the things I value most about her." Charlie nodded once, and the conversation was over in the particular way that conversations were over when everything that needed to be in them had been in them. And Edward left, and Charlie sat in the living room alone for a while before going back to the newspaper, and the afternoon continued around the thing that had just been decided in it, with the ordinary patience of afternoons that did not know and did not need to know what had happened inside the hours they were providing. Bella said yes. He found out that evening from Bella herself, who came into the living room with the ring on her finger and the expression of someone who was not sure what she was walking into and was walking into it anyway. And he looked at his daughter and the ring and the expression and said, "Well," which was the entirety of his immediate verbal response. And then he got up and hugged her and held on for a moment longer than he usually held on. And she held on too. And the living room held them both in the particular way it held things that mattered, quietly and completely, and without requiring anything of them except to be there. He called Renee. That conversation was its own extended event, conducted over 40 minutes with the characteristic emotional weather of a call to Renee about something significant. And at the end of it, something had been navigated and arrived at, and the situation had been moved to a new position that both of them could occupy without immediate crisis. He hung up and sat at the kitchen table and looked at the surface of it and thought about his daughter being engaged and about whatever comes next, and about being a father to someone who was always going to be several steps ahead of what he could fully see. The file stayed open. His eyes stayed open. And the summer evening settled over Forks, and the house held its lights, and Charlie Swan sat at his kitchen table and loved his daughter through everything he could see and everything he could not, which had always been and would always be the whole of the job. The engagement settled into the life of the Swan household with the particular weight of something that had arrived and was not leaving. I had the new fact of it present at every kitchen table breakfast, and every evening in front of the television, and every drive to the station in the morning, when Charlie sat with the radio on low, and the familiar roads moving under the cruiser, and the ring on his daughter's finger somewhere behind him in the house he had just left. He had said yes. He had meant it when he said it, or had meant the version of yes that was available to him, which was not the uncomplicated endorsement of a father who had no reservations, but the conditional, loving, honest yes of a man who had looked at what his daughter needed and had chosen her need over his discomfort. He sat with his discomfort in the private way he sat with most things that were difficult, not dwelling on it, not performing it, and not bringing it to the kitchen table in ways that would require Bella to manage his feelings alongside her own. He processed it on the morning drives and in the long evenings after she had gone upstairs, and the house was quiet. Turning it over with the patient thoroughness he brought to problems he was not going to be able to solve quickly, looking at it from the available angles and accepting that some of the angles were not going to produce a view he found fully comfortable. His central reservation was not one he could have put in a police report or articulated in a professional context, because it was not evidence of anything specific. It was the accumulated weight of 1.5 years of watching, of noting the things that did not resolve, of carrying the open file through all the events and conversations and ordinary evenings of the time since Bella had arrived in Forks and Edward Cullen had walked across a school parking lot at an impossible speed and stopped a van with his hands. The file had never closed. He had never arrived at an explanation that made the parking lot math produce a sensible number, or that accounted for the quality of the Cullen family's collective stillness, or that explained the sharpness of the La Push boundary, or the manner of the Seattle situation's resolution, or a dozen other things he had filed and carried. And now his daughter was going to marry into that family, was going to carry the unanswered questions with her into a permanent configuration, and the permanence was the part that sat heaviest. Hath he talked to Billy in the first week after the engagement, on a Saturday afternoon at La Push, with the August light on the water and the fishing gear between them that they had not gotten around to using, because some Saturdays at Billy's were about the fishing and some were about the sitting, and this was one of the latter. "You heard," Charlie said, which was not quite a question, since Billy knew everything that happened in this particular radius and always had. "I heard," Billy said. A pause. "And?" Billy turned his coffee mug slowly. "And I think you're a good father, Charlie. I think you've been a good father through all of this." "That's not what I asked." "I know it's not," Billy said. He looked at the water for a moment. "I think Bella loves him. I think that's real." "I know it's real," Charlie said. "That's not what worries me." "I know," Billy said. And then, after the long pause of a man deciding something, "I think she knows what she's getting into more than you think she does, more than she's been able to tell you. And I think the people around her are going to take care of her." He looked at Charlie directly. "I believe that, Charlie, for whatever that's worth." "It's worth something," Charlie said. "It's worth what your word has always been worth, which is a lot." Billy nodded once, and they sat with the water and the fishing gear and the August afternoon doing its patient work around them, and Charlie let the conversation be what it was, which was Billy giving him everything Billy could give him again, and it being less than he wanted and more than he had any right to expect, and him being grateful for it. In the quiet way he was grateful for the things that stayed consistent through everything that changed. He called Renee more frequently through August, not to discuss the engagement specifically, which had been discussed in the initial extended call, and reached a position that both of them could occupy without ongoing negotiation, but in the way of two people who had been through the same events from different distances and who found the contact useful for reasons neither of them needed to name explicitly. Renee was processing the engagement with the particular emotional weather of someone for whom feelings arrived completely and needed to be moved through rather than managed. And Charlie listened to her move through them with the patient receptivity he had always brought to Renee's emotional process, which had been one of the things he had been able to offer her even when they were married, and which remained available now that they were not. "She's so young," Renee said, on a call in mid-August, which was the version of Charlie's central reservation that Renee was able to articulate without everything he was carrying underneath it. She is, Charlie agreed. But she knows her own mind, Renee said, which was also true, and which they both knew from decades of evidence. She's always known her own mind, even when she was small, even when what she knew didn't match what I expected. She has, Charlie said. Do you trust him? Renee asked. Edward. Do you trust him with her? Charlie was quiet for a moment, because the question deserved an honest answer, and the honest answer required some assembly. I trust that he loves her, he said finally. I trust that it's real, and that it's total, and that he's not going to be careless with her. Those things I trust. And the other things? The other things I'm still figuring out, he said. But the things I can verify, I trust. Renee accepted this with the practical realism that underlay all her emotional expressiveness. The quality of someone who understood the difference between what you could know and what you had to take on faith. And the conversation moved on in the way their calls moved on now, with the warmth of two people who'd arrived at a workable friendship out of the materials of a marriage that hadn't lasted, which was itself a thing worth being grateful for. Alice descended on the wedding preparations with the particular focused enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for exactly this project and had arrived with an organizational capacity that made Charlie's own methodical approach to things look leisurely by comparison. She appeared at the house in the third week of August, and over the following days, the wedding took on a shape and a momentum that operated largely independently of Charlie's involvement, which he found simultaneously relieving and slightly disorienting. The experience of a significant event in his life being organized around him by someone whose organizational instincts vastly exceeded his own. He sat across from Alice at the kitchen table one afternoon while she worked through a list that covered more categories than he had known a wedding contained. And he watched her with the patient observation he brought to all the Cullens and found, not for the first time, that Alice Cullen was difficult to watch with pure suspicion. She was too genuinely interested, too authentically warm, too clearly in possession of something like real feeling for Bella to fit cleanly into the category of something to be wary of. He had been wary of her and all of them for long enough that the wariness had become a habit that no longer required active maintenance. And yet, sitting across a kitchen table from someone as present and engaged as Alice made the habit feel, if not misplaced, then at least incomplete. "You're letting her do all of this," he said to Bella one evening, gesturing vaguely in the direction of the lists and the samples and the general Alice-shaped reorganization of their household. Bella looked up from the book she was using as a prop to avoid looking at fabric swatches. "She's happy doing it," she said, "and I'm terrible at it. You could learn." "Tad," Bella said, in the specific tone she used when she was about to say something that she considered self-evident. "If Alice wants to plan a wedding, the wedding will be better than anything I could plan. That's just true." "That's probably true," Charlie admitted. "And she loves doing it," Bella said. "She's genuinely happy right now. It would be unkind to take that away from her." He looked at his daughter and thought about this characterization, the particular generosity of it, the way Bella had always had the capacity to see what the people around her needed and to accommodate it when she could without making a production of the accommodation. "And you like her," he said. "Alice. I love her," Bella said simply. "She's my family, Dad. She already is." Charlie received this and held it in the same place he held the other things that complicated his clean assessments. The things that didn't fit the version of the situation that was easiest to maintain. He went back to the newspaper and let the evening continue. Edward's presence through the engagement period had a different quality than it had through the previous year. Something slightly more at ease in Charlie's house, as if the yes Charlie had given had shifted something between them, moved them into a new configuration that allowed a marginally less managed version of their interactions. Edward was still composed. He was still still. He was still the accumulation of everything Charlie had filed without resolving. But he sat in the living room and watched the game with Charlie in a way that was less performed and more genuine, asking questions about the players that revealed he had actually been paying attention and had formed actual opinions, which surprised Charlie and which he found himself responding to with the natural warmth he brought to people who engage with sport seriously. They had a conversation in late August that Charlie had not planned, and that had arrived out of an ordinary Tuesday evening, the way the conversations that mattered sometimes arrived, without announcement and with more honesty in them than the preceding exchanges had suggested was available. The game had gone to a commercial break, and Bella had gone to the kitchen to make tea, and the room held just the two of them in the particular quiet of a commercial break. And Edward said, without looking away from the screen, "I know you have reservations about me." Charlie looked at him. "I've been reasonably clear about that," he said. "You have," Edward said. "I respect it. I want you to know that." A pause. "I also want you to know that I understand your position better than you might think I do. You're a careful man, a thorough one, and the things that don't add up about my family don't add up in ways that a careful, thorough man would notice and not be able to resolve." Charlie was very still. "That's an interesting thing to say." "It's an honest thing to say," Edward said. "I can't give you the answers to the questions you have. I want to be clear that it's not because I think you're not owed them. It's more complicated than that." He looked at Charlie directly and with a steady gaze that had always been its own category of information. "What I can tell you is that I am going to spend the rest of my life making sure Bella is safe and happy, and that every decision I make considers her first. That's not a performance, Chief Swan. That's the actual truth of what I am with regard to your daughter." Charlie looked at him for a long moment. He thought about the parking lot math. He thought about Phoenix. He thought about 9 months of watching his daughter recover from this boy's absence and the quality of her return when the boy came back. He thought about a year and a half of carrying an open file that had never produced a conclusion he could act on, and that had also never produced anything that pointed clearly at harm. "I believe you mean that," Charlie said finally. "I do," Edward said. The game came back on, and Bella returned with her tea, and the evening resumed in its ordinary configuration, and the conversation sat between the two of them in the room with the quality of something that had been said that needed to be said, and that would not need to be revisited, which was the quality of conversations that had been complete. Renee arrived in Forks in the second week of September, flying into Seattle and driving the rental car down to Forks with the slightly overwhelming enthusiasm of someone who had been managing the situation from a distance and was relieved to be present in it. She came through Charlie's front door and filled the hallway with a particular energy she had always filled spaces with. Warm and immediate and larger than the physical space she actually occupied. And Charlie stood in the kitchen doorway and watched her hug Bella and felt the specific complicated warmth of seeing the two of them together. The mother and daughter who had spent 17 years in the same household and had the fluency of daily life with each other that Charlie had spent the same 17 years on the outside of. He and Renee had developed a functional ease in the years since the divorce that was not friendship exactly, but was something workable and warm. The relationship of two people who had loved each other in their way and had been wrong for each other in the specific way they had been wrong, and who had both been mature enough eventually to acknowledge both things honestly and build something useful out of what remained. Phil had made Renee happy in the way that Charlie had not been able to make her happy, which was a fact Charlie had made his peace with, and which he held without bitterness, because bitterness would have required more ongoing energy than he had to spare for it. She cooked dinner the first evening of her visit, taking over Charlie's kitchen with the cheerful efficiency of someone who cooked the way she did everything, with enthusiasm and without a plan, producing something that was significantly better than Charlie's reliable cooking, and that produced the particular quality of an evening that felt like more of a family than the individual components of it technically suggested. The four of them sat at the kitchen table, Charlie and Renee and Bella and Edward, and the conversation was the kind that covered the ordinary topics of ordinary meals, and that carried underneath it the extraordinary fact of what had brought them all to this table at this moment, the engagement and the approaching wedding, and the life that Bella was building, and the people assembled around her who were, each of them, doing their best with what they had available. Charlie watched Edward across the table, through the dinner and the conversation, and the ordinary passing of dishes and refilling of glasses, and he watched him with everything he had, the policeman's eye, and the father's knowledge, and the year and a half of accumulated observation, and what he found was the same thing he had found in the living room during the commercial break. The quality of someone who was completely present to the people at the table, and who was not performing anything for the benefit of the observers, who was simply there in the way of someone for whom being there was sufficient. He cleared the dishes and stood at the kitchen sink and heard Renee's voice and Bella's voice and Edward's voice from the table behind him. The particular sound of his family in his kitchen, the family that had expanded in ways he had not expected and that had arrived at a shape he had not planned for, and that was despite all the open files and all the unresolved math and all the questions he was never going to be given the complete answers to, undeniably and irreducibly real. He dried his hands and turned around and leaned against the counter and looked at the table, at the three of them in the good light of the kitchen at the end of a September evening. And he let himself feel, and without qualification and without the careful management he brought to most of his own interior experience, the gratitude of a man who had spent a long time alone in the right-sized house, and who had, against all his reasonable expectations, ended up with more than he had started with. He made coffee. He brought it to the table. He sat down and joined them, and the evening continued, and the house held them all in the reliable way it had always held the things that mattered to Charlie Swan, quietly and completely and without condition, for as long as they needed to be held. The morning of the wedding arrived with the particular quality of mornings that have been anticipated for long enough that when they finally come, they feel simultaneously inevitable and impossible, the way significant days always felt to Charlie. I'm too ordinary in their mechanics and too large in their meaning to be held in the same moment without a certain amount of internal adjustment. He was up before 5, which was earlier than even his usual early, and he stood in the kitchen in the dark before dawn, making coffee with the automatic familiarity of a man who had made coffee in this kitchen thousands of times and who needed the familiarity of it this particular morning more than he needed the coffee itself. The house was already different. Alice had arrived the previous afternoon with what appeared to be a significant portion of the floral industry of the Pacific Northwest, and the rooms had been transformed in the way that Alice transformed things, thoroughly and with an eye for detail that suggested she had been seeing the finished version of this for longer than the execution of it implied. Flowers on every surface, white and cream and pale gold, the kind of arrangement that looked effortless and was not. The scent of them filling the house with something that was not its usual smell, and that made the familiar rooms feel simultaneously more beautiful and more temporary, as if the house knew it was being used for something beyond its ordinary purpose and was rising to the occasion. Charlie took his coffee to the porch. The September morning was cool and damp with the particular quality of a Forks morning that intended to be beautiful later and was not there yet. The sky in the east beginning to change in the way it changed before light came fully, and the dark thinning at the edges without yet declaring itself as something else. He stood with a mug in both hands and looked at the yard and thought about the day ahead, with the patient attention of a man who had learned that the best way to be present in a significant day was to resist the urge to manage it and simply let it arrive. He addressed his feelings about this day in the same way he addressed his feelings about most things over the preceding year and a half. Carefully and with attention to what showed and what didn't. He was glad, he was worried, he was proud in the way that required no external expression to be real. He was sad in the specific way of a father giving a daughter away, the particular species of loss that was also a gift, the thing you did because you loved them rather than despite loving them, and all of these were present simultaneously and had been present simultaneously for weeks, and he had carried them with the practiced steadiness of a man accustomed to carrying multiple things without letting any of them spill. He heard Bella's alarm through the wall at 6:15, and then the shower running upstairs, and then Alice's voice arriving from somewhere that suggested she had been in the house for some time already, managing things that needed managing before the household was fully awake. The morning had begun. He went inside and made more coffee and stood at the kitchen counter and listened to the house filling with the sounds of a wedding day organizing itself. The voices and movements and particular industry of women getting ready for something that required significant preparation, and he was simultaneously completely part of it and on the periphery of it, which was where fathers tended to be on mornings like this one. He dressed in the suit Bella had helped him choose in Port Angeles 3 weeks earlier, the dark navy that she had said was exactly right, and that he had deferred to because she had better judgment about these things than he did, and he was aware of this. He did the tie twice before he was satisfied with it, using the mirror in the downstairs bathroom because the upstairs bathroom was occupied by preparations. He did not want to interrupt, and he looked at himself in the glass for a moment before going back to the kitchen. A man in a good suit on his daughter's wedding day. And he thought about the father he had been, and the father he was, and the gap between those two things, that the last 2 years had closed more than he had believed closable. At 9 o'clock, he knocked on Bella's door. Alice had told him, with the particular authority she brought to the scheduling of the morning, that he had 15 minutes starting at 9, and he had accepted this with the grace of a man who understood that Alice Cullen organizing a wedding was not a process that admitted interference. "Come in," Bella called, and he opened the door. She was sitting at the small vanity Alice had brought in the dress, her hair done in the way Alice had done it, and she was looking in the mirror with the expression of someone who had not quite reconciled themselves to their own reflection. She turned when he came in, and he stopped in the doorway, and the moment held itself still for just a beat while he looked at his daughter. She was beautiful. He had always known she was beautiful in the particular way a father knew, the knowledge that was not really about beauty, but about the specific quality of someone you loved being present and well and looking at you with recognition. But this was different, this version of her in the dress and the flowers in her hair and the particular light of the September morning coming through the window. And he stood in the doorway and felt the moment with the full weight of it, which was considerable. "Well," he said, which was what he said when things were too large for his ordinary vocabulary. She laughed, which was the best possible response. "Well," she agreed. He came into the room and sat on the edge of the bed, which was where the chair had been before the preparations had reorganized the furniture. She turned back to the mirror and picked up something small and set it down again, and he watched her with the patient attention of someone who understood that she was managing something internally and was giving her time to arrive at it. "Nervous?" he asked. She considered this honestly, which was her way. "Not about the right things," she said. "I'm not nervous about Edward. I'm nervous about..." She gestured vaguely, which encompassed the dress and the flowers and the assembled people who were going to be looking at her. All the things that were Bella's particular species of social anxiety. All of this. "Nobody's looking at me either," he said. "We'll be nervous together." She looked at him in the mirror and smiled. "The real one. I'm the one that reached everything." "Thank you," she said. "For today. For all of it." "You don't have to thank me for today," he said. "I know," she said. "I'm doing it anyway." He was quiet for a moment. He looked at his daughter in the mirror and thought about everything he wanted to say and the reliable insufficiency of his verbal vocabulary for the things that mattered most. And he said, "I'm proud of you, not for the wedding, for the last 2 years, for how you've handled all of it. I'm proud of you for that." She turned around fully on the vanity chair and looked at him directly, and her eyes were doing the thing they did when she was moved, and was not going to pretend she wasn't. "That means a lot," she said. "That means more than most things." "Good," he said, and stood up. "Alice is going to come knock on that door in about 2 minutes. I don't know how she knows when 2 minutes is up, but she always does." "She always does," Bella agreed, standing as well. smoothing the dress with the focused attention of someone checking that a thing is real. He looked at her one more time, the whole of her, his daughter, on the morning of her wedding, and he opened his arms, and she came into them, and he held her with the specific care of someone holding something precious and temporary, and she held him back with the grip of someone who needed the contact and was not embarrassed to need it. And they stood in the small room in the good light while the rest of the morning waited outside the door. Alice knocked at exactly the 11-minute mark. The ceremony was held in the backyard of the Cullen house, at which Alice had transformed into something that Charlie would not have been able to describe adequately to anyone who had not seen it. The kind of thing that made you understand why people said beautiful and meant something specific by it, rather than just the absence of ugly. The chairs were arranged in rows facing an arch of flowers that had been constructed with the same attention to effortlessness that characterized everything Alice touched, and the late morning light came through the trees at the angle that suggested the weather had been specifically requested, which with Alice involved was not entirely outside the realm of possibility in Charlie's estimation. He walked with Bella from the Cullen house to the beginning of the aisle, and she took his arm, and he felt her hand on his forearm with the weight of someone steadying themselves as much as being held, and he put his free hand over hers for a moment before the music started. "Ready?" he asked quietly. "Yes," she said, and the way she said it had no ambivalence in it at all. The walk down the aisle was the kind of experience that happened in 2 simultaneous time frames. The real time of it, the actual steps and the faces of the people on either side, and the feel of the ground under his shoes, and the smell of the flowers, and the particular September light, and the time frame that was happening inside him, which was moving considerably more slowly and contained considerably more than the external version. He was aware of Renee in the front row, of her face doing the thing Renee's face did when she was feeling something completely, did the openness of a person who had never learned to manage what showed. He was aware of the Cullen family assembled, the extraordinary quality of them in the September light, the particular collective stillness. He was aware of the rows of faces he did not recognize, the Cullens' extended network of family and guests, all of them somehow sharing the same quality of other that Charlie had been filing for 2 years. And he was aware of Edward. Edward was standing at the end of the aisle beside a man Charlie recognized from the family as someone called Jasper, and he was looking at Bella with the expression that Charlie had been trying to find language for since the first time he had seen it at his kitchen table in the spring of the previous year, the expression that was beyond what he had a professional or personal category for, the total specific devotion of someone for whom the person they were looking at was the organizing principle of everything. Charlie looked at Edward's face as he walked his daughter towards him, and he thought, for the first time without the qualification he usually applied to such thoughts, that whatever else was true, and whatever the open file contained, and whatever answers he was never going to be given, this was real. What Edward felt for Bella was real in the way that the most real things were real, without performance and without audience, and without any apparent awareness that it was being observed. He gave her away. The officiant said the words that occasions like this required, and Charlie listened to them with the full attention he gave to the words that mattered. And when the moment came that he was asked, "Who gives this woman?" "Oh," he said, in the clear, steady voice he used for things that were true. Her mother and I do. And he stepped back and let the ceremony proceed and found a seat next to Renee in the front row. Renee reached over and took his hand, which surprised him for a moment before it didn't. Before it seemed like exactly the right thing for this particular moment, and he let her take it. And they sat together in the front row of their daughter's wedding and watched the two of them say the words they were saying to each other, Bella and Edward, standing under the arch of flowers in the September light. He listened to Bella say "I do" and heard in it the quality of someone who had never been more certain of anything in their life. The absolute conviction of a person who knew their own mind in the way she had always known her own mind. And then he thought about Renee saying even when it didn't match what I expected. And he thought that this was the whole of Bella Swan in a single moment. The certainty that did not require external validation and that had never required it. The knowledge of herself that had been there since she was a small girl sitting across from him in this same town, being slightly awkward with a father she barely knew. He cried briefly at the I-dos. He had not expected to cry. He was not a man who cried with any regularity, and he had not been planning to cry at his daughter's wedding, and he cried anyway, the way things you do not plan for happen, suddenly and without adequate warning. And Renee squeezed his hand, and he let her, and the moment passed, and he was all right. The reception was held on the grounds with the same quality of Alice's particular vision, applied to a different set of requirements, the tables and the lights and the music all arranged in the way of someone who had been seeing this specific version of this evening for longer than the evening itself. And Charlie moved through it with the ease of a man who was known by everyone present on his side of things, and who was willing to be known by them on an evening like this one. He danced with Bella. This was the part of the day he had thought about most in the preceding weeks, not with anxiety exactly, but with the awareness that it was the moment that would contain the most of what he was feeling about the day, and that he would need to be present in it without retreating into the managed distance used for things that came too close, where he had prepared for it in the only way he knew how to prepare for things that required presence, which was by deciding in advance that he was going to be present, and then doing that. The music started, and he took her hand, and they moved in the limited, competent way that Charlie Swan danced, which was not gracefully but was sincerely, and Bella moved with him in the way she moved with people she trusted, without pretense about what was and wasn't happening, and the two of them were simply there together in the middle of the dance floor on the evening of her wedding. "You okay?" she asked quietly, which was her asking him, which was so entirely Bella that it moved him more than anything else had moved him all day. "Yeah," he said, "I really am." "Good," she said. "You?" he asked. "Yeah," she said. And then, "Happy. I'm really happy, Dad." He pressed his hand slightly more firmly against her back and looked over her shoulder at the lights Alice had hung in the trees and the people at the tables, and Edward watching from across the reception floor with the expression that had no adequate name. And he thought about happy and about what it cost and what it was worth, and he decided that whatever it had cost and whatever was still to come, and whatever the open file eventually contained, happy was the thing that mattered, and she was happy, and he was going to hold on to that with both hands. The reception continued into the evening, and Jacob arrived in the middle of it. Charlie saw him come through the edge of the gathering, larger than he had been even in July, moving with the careful deliberateness of someone managing a significant internal state in a public setting. Unanned, he made his way to where Bella was standing, and the two of them went to one side and had a conversation that Charlie did not attempt to hear, watching instead from a distance with the attention of someone monitoring a situation that had the potential to go in multiple directions. He watched Bella's face during the conversation and watched Jacob's, and what he saw was two people who mattered to each other navigating something that cost them both something. The specific difficulty of caring about two things that could not fully coexist. And he thought about how often Bella had been required to hold competing loves without the ability to resolve the competition between them, and how consistently she had managed it with more grace than could reasonably have been expected. Jacob left after perhaps 10 minutes, and moving back through the edge of the gathering, and Bella returned to Edward's side, and Edward's hand found her back in the automatic way of someone for whom the gesture was as natural as breathing, and Bella leaned slightly into it in the way of someone for whom the contact was equally natural. And Charlie watched this from across the room and thought that whatever the open file said, whatever he was never going to be told, the thing in front of him was real. He found Carlyle at the edge of the reception in the later part of the evening, the two of them standing near the tree line with the same quality of peripheral presence, the fathers watching from the edges of a celebration that had moved past the point where it required active management and was now simply proceeding on its own good terms. "Good day," Charlie said. "A very good day," Carlyle agreed. He looked at Charlie with the measured directness that was his characteristic mode. "How are you, Charlie? Truly?" Charlie considered the question and gave it the honest answer it deserved, which was not the social answer. "Complicated," he said, "in the good way mostly." Carlyle nodded slowly. "I think that's the right way to be on a day like this," he said. "I think complicated and good is about the most accurate description available." "Yeah," Charlie said, and meant it. They stood together for a moment in the comfortable silence of two men who had an extensive shared history that neither of them had been fully honest with the other about, and who had arrived at a functional respect despite that, which was perhaps the best available outcome of their particular situation. Bella and Edward left the reception at 10 o'clock. The departure organized with Alice's characteristic efficiency. The car decorated in the way of a wedding departure, and the guests assembled in the way of a moment that marked an ending and a beginning simultaneously. Charlie stood in the front of the assembled group and watched his daughter come toward him on her way to the car, and she stopped in front of him, and he took her face in both his hands for a moment, the way he had not done since she was a small girl, and he looked at her, and she looked back at him. "You call me," he said. "I will," she said. "When you land," he said. "I don't care about the time." "I will, Dad." He kissed her forehead and stepped back. She went to the car, and Edward held the door for her and looked back at Charlie across the roof of the car with a composed directness that was his version of acknowledgement, and Charlie held his gaze for a moment and nodded once, and Edward got into the car, and they drove away. Charlie stood in the Cullen driveway and watched the tail lights disappear down the long drive into the trees, and the assembled guests were already turning back toward the reception. and Renee was beside him saying something about what a beautiful evening it had been, and he stood there for one additional moment, his hands in his jacket pockets, the September night cool and damp and smelling of flowers and the particular wild green of the surrounding forest. And then he turned around and went back to the reception and accepted a glass of something someone handed him and stood with the people of his town and his family and let the rest of the evening be what it was, which was the end of one thing and the beginning of another, which was all any evening could really be asked to be. The house was quiet in the way it had been quiet before Bella came, which was to say it was quiet in all the same physical ways, the same absence of another person's sounds in the morning, the same singular coffee maker running for one cup rather than two, the same evening television watched without commentary from the kitchen table or the sound of footsteps on the stairs above him. All the same silences in all the same places, but the quality of the quiet was different from what it had been before January of the previous year, because the silence before Bella had been the silence of a house that had always been this way and expected to continue being this way. And this silence was the silence of a house that knew what it had contained and was now containing something less, and that difference was considerable. Charlie adjusted to it with the practical resilience of a man who had adjusted to difficult things before and who understood that adjustment was not the same as acceptance, and that acceptance was not the same as being fine with something, but that all three of those things were available and useful in their own order, and that the order mattered. He resumed the single cup morning routine and the solo evening television and the fishing gear by the door that was now only his to use, and he did all of this with the patient competence of someone doing what needed to be done without performing how he felt about doing it. He called Bella the morning after the wedding, before the time difference became a consideration and before the day got away from him, and heard her voice on the first ring with the alertness of someone who had either been awake or had been sleeping lightly enough that the phone reached her immediately, and she said hello, Dad, with the warmth of someone who had been expecting the call and was glad it had come. "Just checking in," he said. "I know," she said. "We're here. We're fine. It's..." A pause that contained something she was deciding whether to share. "Ah, beautiful. Where we are." "Where are you?" he asked, because she had not been specific about the destination before she left. "An island," she said. "I'm not entirely sure which one." And then, hearing the response this would produce in a police chief father, "We're safe, Dad. It's very private and very beautiful, and we're completely safe." "Good," he said. "You're eating?" She laughed, which was the best possible response. "Yes, Dad. I'm eating." "And sleeping?" "Dad." "Okay," he said. "Okay, I'll let you go." "Thank you for yesterday," she said. And the way she said it had the weight of meaning more than the words themselves carried. The shorthand of two people who had developed enough shared history to compress significant things into small containers. "For everything yesterday." "You're welcome," he said. "For everything yesterday." He hung up and stood in the kitchen with the phone in his hand, and the morning doing its patient work on the windows, and the house quiet around him in its new configuration. And he was all right, which was not everything, but was enough. The calls from the honeymoon were the kind that reassured him in the ways they were intended to reassure him, and that left him with the background hum of the things they were not addressing, which was the familiar condition of his relationship with information about Bella's life, and which he had learned to accept as the ongoing operating mode rather than a temporary circumstance. She called every 2 or 3 days, and the calls had the warmth and the careful management he had come to know as her standard register with him. Real warmth over carefully managed content, and the love genuine and the information selective. He received this the way he received it, and asked the questions that were available to be asked, and let the others rest. He heard happiness in her voice, which was what he was listening for most carefully, and which he was finding consistently, the particular quality of someone experiencing something they had chosen completely, and that was delivering what they had chosen it for. Whatever the honeymoon was, and wherever it was happening, and whatever the full account of it contained, his daughter was happy in the specific, unperformed way that genuine happiness manifested in people who were not prone to performance. He held on to this with both hands through the quiet weeks of September, letting it be the thing he returned to when the quiet of the house became the heavier kind rather than the manageable kind. The calls began to change in early October. It was not dramatic. There was no single call that was clearly different from the calls before it, in a way he could have pointed to and described with professional specificity. It was more the accumulation of small things, the particular texture of Bella's voice shifting by degrees too small to constitute evidence, but too consistent to be noise, a quality of something being managed that was different from the ordinary something being managed of every previous call. She sounded tired in a way that was different from the tiredness of someone adjusting to a new time zone, or the pleasant tiredness of someone enjoying something physically. She sounded like someone who was putting effort into sounding the way she usually sounded, which was a thing Charlie had enough experience with Bella to recognize even when the effort was largely successful. He asked once, directly, in the middle of the second week of October, on a Wednesday evening call, when the quality of it had reached a point when not asking felt less honest than the relationship required. "Bella," he said, during a pause in the conversation that had lasted slightly longer than the pauses usually lasted. "Are you all right? And I mean actually all right, not the version of all right you give me when you've decided I shouldn't worry." A pause. "I'm not feeling great," she said, which was more than he had expected, and which therefore told him more than the content of the words alone. "There's something going around, I think. Some kind of bug. I'm dealing with it." "What kind of bug?" he asked. "Just stomach stuff," she said. "Fatigue. The usual. I'm okay, Dad. I'm being looked after." "Carlisle," he said. "Ah, Edward," she said. "And Carlisle's available if I need him." "But you haven't needed him yet." "Not yet," she said. "I'll be fine. I just wanted to be honest with you since you asked directly." He appreciated this, the specific gift of her deciding to give him the honest version when he asked for it directly, the acknowledgement that he was owed something closer to the truth than the managed version when he specifically sought it out. He asked a few more questions, the practical medical questions of a concerned parent, and she answered them with the patience of someone who understood why they were being asked and did not resent the asking. And by the end of the call, he was not more worried in any specific direction, but the background hum had increased by a degree that he noted and could not do anything with. and he called the next day, and the call went to voicemail. He left a message saying he was checking in and to call when she could. He called the following morning and reached Edward, which had not happened before, and Edward's voice had the particular quality of composed competence over something else that Charlie's instincts registered and filed in the already extensively populated file. "She's resting," Edward said. "She's been sleeping a lot. The doctor thinks it's the best thing for her right now." "Which doctor?" Charlie asked, because he was a practical man. "Carlyle is here," Edward said. "He's been with us since yesterday. He's monitoring her closely, and he's not alarmed, Chief Swan. I want to be clear about that. She's not in any danger, and Carlyle is one of the best physicians I know." "He's one of the best physicians most people know," Charlie said, which was his honest opinion and also the least confrontational thing available in the moment. "I'd still like to speak with her." "I understand," Edward said. "She's sleeping right now. I'll have her call you when she wakes up." She called him that evening. Her voice was the voice of someone who was not well, the particular flatness of someone whose resources were largely committed to the work of being unwell and who had limited surplus for the performance of normalcy, and she was not performing normalcy this time, which told him the illness was real and significant, and that she had decided he was owed the unperformed version. "Talk to me," he said, because this was the version of the call where that was appropriate. "I'm sick," she said. I don't fully understand it. Carlyle is figuring it out. It's rare, apparently. The kind of thing that doesn't have a standard treatment and has to be approached carefully." "Rare how?" he said. "What kind of rare?" "The kind where the standard tests don't quite account for what's happening," she said. "Carlyle's been in contact with specialists. He knows what he's doing, Dad. I trust him completely." "I know you trust him," Charlie said. "I want to know if I should be on a plane." The pause before she answered was the pause of someone deciding something. "Not yet," she said. "I think not yet. But I'll tell you if that changes. I promise, I'll tell you if that changes." He held the phone and looked at the wall of his kitchen and made the decision that a parent made in moments like this one. The decision between trusting and going, between respecting his daughter's adult judgment and exercising his own parental prerogative. He made the decision he made because she had asked him for it specifically, and because she had a history of telling him the honest version when she thought he needed it, and because Carlyle's medical competence was not something he had a legitimate basis for doubting. "You call me every day," he said. "If you can't call, Edward calls. Every single day, Bella. Do you understand me?" "Every day," she said. "And the moment this changes in any direction I'm not prepared for, you tell me." "I will," she said, and meant it. He could hear that she meant it. He called Renee that night. This was the call he had been preparing himself for since October began. The call to the other parent. The management of the information that was his to manage in their current configuration. And he made it with the care it deserved, giving Renee what he had, while managing the register of it, the specific calibration of honest, without alarming, which was the calibration the situation called for, and which he had been doing with Renee regarding Bella-related matters for a year and a half. Renee was alarmed despite his calibration, which was Renee's tendency in situations that involved Bella and uncertainty, and he talked her through it with the patient steadiness he he brought to all conversations where one person was managing more fear than was useful and needed something solid to hold on to. He said Carlyle was there. He said Carlyle was one of the best physicians available. And he said Bella had asked them to wait, and that he was respecting that request while remaining in daily contact. He said all of this, and Renee heard it and was partially steadied by it and partially not, which was the available outcome and which he accepted. The days that followed were the particular kind of difficult that contained no action to take. Only the ongoing work of waiting and receiving the daily calls that confirmed Bella was still there and still being cared for, and still in a situation he did not have the medical framing to understand. Edward called on the days when Bella could not manage the call herself, which happened more frequently as October progressed, and those calls had the quality of conversations between two men who were managing the same thing from different positions, like Charlie managing it from the outside with partial information, and Edward managing it from the inside with all the information, and neither of them finding the position comfortable. "How serious is it?" Charlie asked on one of the Edward calls in the middle of October, with the directness he used when directness was the only remaining approach. "Carlyle believes she's going to be all right," Edward said. "The part of that is not straightforward, but he believes the outcome is recoverable." "That's not an answer to my question," Charlie said. A pause. "It's the most accurate answer I have," Edward said. "I know that's not satisfying. I know you want something more specific, and I would give it to you if I had it to give." Charlie sat with this. He thought about the quality of Edward's voice on that call, the specific texture of it, had the composed competence that was always there, and underneath it, something that Charlie had not heard in Edward's voice before, and that he recognized as fear. The particular fear of someone who was watching something they loved be in danger, and could not fully stop the danger from being what it was. He recognized it because he had been carrying a version of it himself since the tone of Bella's calls had begun to change in the second week of October. "Is she in pain?" he asked, because this was the question underneath all the other questions. "She's uncomfortable," Edward said. "We're managing it as well as we can. Carlyle is very attentive." "Okay," Charlie said. "And then, you take care of her. Whatever it takes, you take care of her." "That's not something you need to ask me," Edward said, kind of quietly, and with the complete conviction of someone stating a fact so fundamental that it barely qualified as a statement at all. "I know," Charlie said. "I'm saying it anyway." He drove past the Cullen house in Forks on his route during those weeks. The habit of 20 years of noting what the house contained now applied in reverse, noting its absence of activity, the particular quiet of a property whose usual residents were elsewhere. He drove past it and noted the closed windows and the empty driveway, and went on with his route and came home to his own house and his own silence, and called Bella's phone in the evenings, whether he had spoken to her that day or not, sometimes leaving messages when she didn't answer, keeping a record of contact that was as much for himself as for her, the reassurance of having reached out even when the reaching out didn't connect. Billy knew something was happening without being told. This was Billy's way with situations that mattered, the particular sensitivity of a man who had known Charlie for 30 years and who understood his registers with the fluency of long acquaintance. And he called on a Thursday evening in late October and said he was checking in, which was Billy's way of saying, He was doing the same thing Charlie was doing with Bella, maintaining contact with the person he cared about through a period where something was wrong, and presence was the most available form of help. "She's sick," Charlie said, because Billy would have the information one way or another, and the honest version was always better than the one Billy could piece together on his own. "Something Carlisle's working on. I don't have the full picture." "She going to be all right?" Billy asked. "Carlisle thinks so," Charlie said. "Then she's going to be all right," Billy said, with the particular quality of someone who trusted Carlisle's medical judgment in a way that went beyond professional respect, and that Charlie had always noted without being able to fully account for. "Yeah," Charlie said. "That's what I'm holding on to." "Good," Billy said. "Hold on to it. And then, come for dinner Saturday. Jacob asks after you." "Saturday," Charlie said. "I'll be there." The call that Bella was recovering came on a Friday morning in November, reaching him at the station where he was reviewing the week's accumulated paperwork. And it was Carlisle's voice on the line, my steady and warm, and carrying the specific quality of a physician delivering good news, who understands what the good news costs the person receiving it in terms of the fear that preceded it. Bella was improving. The treatment had been successful. She would need time. But the prognosis was excellent and the critical period had passed. Charlie sat at his desk and held the phone after the call ended and felt the specific release of something that had been held at a high tension for 6 weeks, settling slowly toward a lower place. The muscles of a prolonged bracing beginning the long work of unknotting. He did not cry. He sat very still for a moment and breathed, and then he put the phone down and went back to work. Because there was work, and because the work was there, and because that was what you did. He called Renee, and the call was brief and warm, and the relief in her voice was the relief of someone who had been carrying a fear she had been trying not to fully name, and who was now being released from it. And he let her be relieved completely, and without the management he usually applied, because this was a call where management was not required and warmth was sufficient. He drove home that evening through the familiar routes of the town he had driven for 20 years, through the wet green world of Forks in November, with the rain doing its work on the windshield and the radio on low, and the news of his daughter's recovery sitting in his chest, with the specific warmth of something that had been cold for a long time, returning to its correct temperature. He pulled into his driveway and sat in the cruiser for a moment before going inside, and the house was quiet. It was the same quiet it had been since September, the quiet of a house that knew what it had contained and was waiting. He went inside and made coffee and stood at the kitchen window, looking at the yard in the November rain, and he thought about Bella recovering somewhere he had not been allowed to see from an illness he had not been given the full account of, and he held all of this with the patient love that was the whole of what he had ever really had to offer, and he thought that it was enough, that it had always been enough, that showing up and staying and holding on were the things that mattered, and that he had done all three of them through all of it, and that was something. He picked up the phone. He called Bella's number. She answered on the second ring, her voice, the most like her voice. It had sounded in 6 weeks. The particular quality of Bella, at full presence, returned in a form he could hear clearly, and he said hello, and she said hi Dad, and the kitchen held the warmth of it, and the rain did its work on the window, and Charlie Swan stood in his house, and was, for the first time in a very long time, not afraid. The call from Carlisle came on a Tuesday morning in the 3rd week of November, which was the morning Charlie had been waiting for, without knowing precisely what form it would take when it arrived. He was at his desk, with the first coffee of the day still too hot to drink properly, and the overnight report spread in front of him with the organized patience of a man who had learned to begin each day with what was in front of him rather than what was in his head. And the phone rang, and it was Carlisle, and the quality of Carlisle's voice in the first 2 words of the call told him before the content did that something had shifted into a new phase. Bella was well enough to have visitors. She was recovering, and she was asking for him. And if Charlie wanted to come and see her, the family would be glad to have him. Carlisle said all of this with the warm, measured delivery of a physician who had given a great deal of news in his professional life, and who understood that the manner of his delivery was as important as the content. And Charlie listened and said he would be there that afternoon, and hung up and sat for a moment with his hands flat on the desk and the coffee going the appropriate temperature beside him. And he told his deputy he was taking the afternoon, and drove home to change out of his uniform into the clothes that felt right for going to see his daughter for the first time since her wedding. The dark flannel shirt and the good jacket, the same jacket he had worn at the graduation and at the wedding, the jacket he reached for when things mattered. He drove to the Cullen house through the November afternoon with the window slightly cracked and the radio off, which was the configuration he drove in when he needed to think, and also when he needed to not think, when he needed the road to be sufficient without any additional input. The Cullen house looked different than it had in the summer. The extra vehicles gone from the driveway. The property returned to its usual configuration, at the quiet of it settled back into something that was its ordinary version, rather than the expanded version that had characterized the months before the wedding. He parked and walked to the front door, and knocked with the specific knock of someone who had knocked on this door before and who understood its particular weight. Esme answered. She had always been the one who made the door feel like an invitation rather than a threshold, the warmth of her manner doing something to the quality of the space between outside and inside that Charlie had noted without having adequate language for, and she looked at him with the genuine welcome of someone who had been hoping for this visit and was glad it had come. "Charlie," she said, "come in. She's been asking when you were coming." "Carlisle only called this morning," he said, stepping inside. "I know," Esme said. "She's been asking since yesterday." He followed her through the house with the familiar quality of a space he had been in enough times to know its geography without requiring direction. And Esme brought him to the living room and said she would let Bella know he was here. And Charlie stood in the large, bright room and waited with the patient attention of a man who was managing a significant interior state with the practiced competence of long experience. He heard Bella before he saw her, heard her voice from somewhere above him, speaking to someone, and then footsteps on the stairs, and then she was in the doorway of the living room, and he looked at his daughter for the first time since her wedding, and understood immediately that what he was looking at required the same internal adjustment as the first morning in the arrivals hall at Port Angeles had required. The sensation of someone being exactly and not at all what he had been preparing for. She was different. This was the fact that arrived first, before anything else, before the relief of seeing her or the joy of her being present and upright and looking at him with recognition and warmth. She was different in a way that the illness explanation accounted for in some of its dimensions, and that his instincts registered as exceeding that explanation in others. She was pale in a way that was beyond the pallor of someone recovering from his serious illness. Pale in the specific way that his eyes had been filing in the category of the Cullen family for 2 years. She was still in the particular way that his instincts had been registering as unusual since the first time he had stood across from Edward Cullen in a school parking lot, and her eyes, when they met his, were a colour that he did not have adequate prior experience of to process immediately. A gold that was warm and direct, and not the brown he had been looking into for 2 years of kitchen table breakfasts and porch evenings, and all the ordinary moments of their shared life. And he stood in the doorway of the living room and looked at his daughter, and she looked back at him with those changed eyes and the particular expression of someone who was watching a person they loved work through something, and who was waiting with love and with fear for the working through to resolve in a direction that did not take something away. "Hi, Dad," she said, and her voice was her voice, was Bella's voice, the same warmth and the same careful quality, and the same specific register he had been learning to read for 2 years, and the voice was the thing that resolved it, the continuity that existed through all the change, the thing that was still and would always be his daughter. "Hi, kid," he said, and crossed the room to her, and she met him halfway, and he put his arms around her, and she put her arms around him, and he held her, and she was cold in the way the Cullens were cold, and still in the way the Cullens were still. And she was also completely and entirely Bella, his daughter. The person he had been waiting to hold since the calls from the honeymoon had started changing in tone in early October. He held on for longer than he usually held on. She did not seem to mind. They sat down on the large cream sofa in the Cullen living room, and she looked at him, and he looked at her with the full inventory of everything he was, the policeman's eye and the father's love, and the 2 years of accumulated observation, and the 6 weeks of fear and the morning of the arrivals hall in January of the year before all of it. And he took his time, and she let him take it. "I look different," she said, which was the most Bella possible way to address the subject, direct and without ornamentation. "You look different," he confirmed, which was the most Charlie possible way to respond, honest and without drama. "The illness changed some things," she said, with a careful construction of someone delivering a version of something that is true in the ways it is true, and that omits the ways it is more than that. "Some permanent things. Carlyle warned me it might." He looked at her. He thought about Carlyle's call in October, the rare illness, the non-standard treatment, the specialists. He thought about the quality of her voice on the calls through October and into November. He thought about the wedding and whatever comes next, and all the things Carlyle had said, and not said over the course of 2 years of careful, partial honesty. He thought about his daughter sitting in front of him, pale and still and gold-eyed and warm in the ways that mattered, looking at him with the love and the watchfulness of someone who was waiting to find out whether the person across from her could hold what she was giving him. "Permanent," he said. "Yes," she said. He was quiet for a moment. He looked at his hands and then at her, and thought about the open file. The file he had been carrying since January of the year before last. The file that had never produced a conclusion he could act on, and that had never pointed clearly at harm, and that had always, in every entry, and in every piece of evidence he had collected and filed and sat with, in the patient way of a man accustomed to carrying open cases, circled back to his daughter being loved and being cared for, and being the organizing center of the attention of people who meant it. "You're all right," he said, and it was not quite a question. "I'm all right," she said, and it was not the managed version. He could hear the difference, and he was hearing the honest version, the true account of where she was, and where she was all right. "Okay," he said. She looked at him with the specific quality of someone who has been bracing for something and has just been released from the bracing. "Okay," she said. "Okay," he repeated, with the quiet finality of a man who has made a decision and is not going to revisit it. "You're here. You're all right. That's what I came to see." Something moved through her expression that was too large to be contained in her features comfortably. The specific quality of a relief that had been waiting for a long time and had just been given permission to arrive. "Thank you," she said, and the two words had the weight of a much longer sentence in them. "Don't thank me," he said. "Just come home sometimes." "I will," she said. "I will, Dad. I promise." Then Carlyle came into the room, and Edward behind him, and Charlie looked at both of them with the same assessment he had always brought to the Cullen family. The patient, observational attention of a man who had been watching and filing for 2 years, and who was now looking at the same evidence in a new configuration and trying to determine what the new configuration asked of him. And Carlyle met his gaze with the directness that had always characterized their interactions, the quality of someone who was prepared for this moment and had been for some time. "Charlie," he said, "thank you for coming. I know the last several weeks have been difficult." "They have," Charlie said, without heat and without anything else, just the honest acknowledgement. "I owe you a more complete account of what happened," Carlyle said. And Charlie heard in this the acknowledgement he had been waiting for without expecting to receive. The recognition that he had been given partial information for reasons that were not his fault, and that he was owed something closer to honesty. Not everything, because there are things that are not mine to give you, but more than you've had. "I'd appreciate that," Charlie said. They sat and Carlyle talked, and what he gave Charlie was the version he had promised, more complete than what had come before, and still not complete, still shaped by the decisions of what was available to be said and what was not, but honest in the places. It was honest and careful in the places it was careful. And Charlie received it with the same patience. He had received everything connected to this family, filing what could be filed and accepting what had to be accepted and holding the rest. What he received was enough to account for the changed eyes and the changed quality of Bella's physical presence. What he received was an explanation that was medical in its framing, and that he chose to accept in its medical framing, because accepting it in his medical framing was the decision that kept him in his daughter's life, and keeping him in his daughter's life was the decision that mattered. He was a practical man. He made practical decisions, and the practical decision here was the same practical decision he had been making for 2 years, which was to be present and to love her, and to let the things he couldn't account for exist in their file without requiring them to be resolved before he could continue. Then Jacob arrived, which Charlie had not anticipated. The front door opening and Jacob's particular energy filling the hallway, larger than ever and moving with the deliberateness that had replaced his older, more casual motion. And Jacob stopped in the living room doorway and looked at Charlie with the direct warmth of someone who was glad to see him and who understood that Charlie's presence here today was significant. "Chief Swan," Jacob said. Glad you're here." "Jacob," Charlie said, "you look like you've been eating well." Jacob grinned, the first completely uncomplicated expression Charlie had seen in the room. The specific grin of someone who had always found Charlie's directness more comfortable than other people's circumspection. "Something like that," he said. Then Jacob went to the corner of the room where a blanket was arranged on a large chair and picked up something from it with the careful deliberateness of someone handling something precious and brought it to Charlie. And Charlie looked down and saw a baby. The baby was looking up at him with eyes that were large and brown and steady in the specific way of a very young child who has not yet learned to look away from things. And Charlie looked back at her with the full weight of the moment arriving all at once, with the comprehension of what he was being handed in both the literal and the figurative sense. "This is Renesmee," Bella said quietly from the sofa. "Your granddaughter." Charlie looked at the child, and the child looked at him, and something happened in that exchange that he could not have described to anyone who asked him later. Something immediate and total, and without any of the careful managed processing he applied to most things that surprised him. The child reached up with one small hand and touched his face, and the touch was warm and real, and Charlie felt it with the specific part of himself that had nothing to do with the open file or the police chief's training or the 20 years of professional instinct. The part that was just a man being touched by a small child who had decided he was worth reaching for. "Hello," he said, which was entirely inadequate and entirely sufficient. Renesmee made a sound that was not quite a word and not quite not a word, and Jacob, who was still standing nearby with the particular watchfulness that Charlie noted as different from ordinary attention, said, "She likes you." "Smart kid," Charlie said, and Jacob laughed, the unguarded version, the one that filled the room. He stayed for 2 hours. He sat with Bella on the sofa and held the baby when Bella offered her to him, and talked with Edward and Carlyle about nothing in particular, with the practiced ease of someone who had learned the grammar of conversations that covered ordinary surfaces over extraordinary realities. He drank the tea Esme brought and ate the food she arranged on the coffee table with the hospitality of someone for whom feeding people was the primary available expression of care, and he accepted all of it with the genuine warmth of a man who was being welcomed into something and who was choosing to be welcomed. When it was time to go, he stood in the hallway with his jacket, and Bella came with him to the door, and they stood in the threshold in the way they had stood in thresholds before, at his own front door on mornings when she was going to school, and evenings when Edward was picking her up, and the night of the wedding when she was leaving with the tail lights disappearing down the long drive. "I'll come Sunday," he said, "if that works." "Sunday's perfect," she said. "Come for dinner." Esme cooks?" he asked. The slight pause was all the answer he needed. "Esme is very good at arranging food," Bella said carefully, and he heard in this the truth of it, and chose not to pursue it further, because there were enough open items in the file without adding the question of whether the Cullens ate dinner. "Sunday," he said. "I'll come at 5. "We'll be here," she said. And then, "Dad, thank you. For today, for..." She paused, and what she was trying to say was too large for the threshold, and the November afternoon, and the ordinary language available to them. And he understood this, and saved her the work of assembling it. "I know," he said. "I'm here. That's not going to change." She nodded, and her eyes, the gold ones that were new, and that he was going to have to learn the same way he had learned the rest of her, were bright with something she was not going to let become tears in the doorway, which was entirely her. The composure that was not absence of feeling but management of it. The thing he had recognized in her since the January morning she had walked through arrivals and taken his hug with the brief surrender of someone who needed it. He kissed her forehead. He went to the cruiser. He sat in the driveway for a moment before starting the engine, looking at the Cullen house through the windshield with the afternoon light going off the glass and the November world doing its patient work around the edges of everything. He thought about the file. He thought about the 2 years of carrying it, the long, patient accumulation of things that did not resolve. He thought about Renesmee's hand on his face and the immediate total quality of what he had felt in that moment, the thing that had no professional category and needed none. He thought about being a grandfather. He started the engine and drove home through the familiar roads of the town he had lived in his whole life, through the wet green world that was his world and had always been his world, and he felt the specific warmth of a man who had been afraid for a long time and was, carefully and with appropriate ongoing vigilance, beginning to be less afraid. And he thought that this was enough for one November Tuesday, and that Sunday was coming, and that Renesmee had looked at him like he was worth reaching for, and that his daughter had called him Dad in the voice that was still her voice through all the things that had changed. And he pulled into his driveway and went inside and made his coffee and sat at the kitchen table, and the house was quiet in the way it had been since September and would be until the Sunday visits became the shape of things, which he could feel from here was what was going to happen. The house eventually full again in its new configuration. The quiet interrupted at regular intervals by the family assembling itself around his kitchen table in whatever form it was currently taking. He was all right with that. He was going to be all right with all of it. He drank his coffee, and the November evening settled over Forks, and the town did its quiet, reliable work around the edges of his house, or when Charlie Swan sat in the familiar kitchen and held all the things he was never going to be given the full account of, with the patient, loving steadiness that was the whole of his particular gift. And he was present, and he was here, and that had always been enough. The Sunday visits became the shape of things in the way that Charlie had felt from the driveway of the Cullen house. On that first November Tuesday, they would become, with the organic reliability of something that had found its own reasons for continuing and required no ongoing negotiation to sustain itself. He came at 5 o'clock and stayed until 8 or 9, and drove home through the dark Forks roads. with a particular quality of someone returning from something that had fed them in a way they had not known they were hungry for. And the visits had a character that was different from the family dinners he had imagined his life might contain, which was to say, they were different from any template he had brought to them, shaped instead by what the people in them actually were and what they actually needed, which was as it should be, and which he had learned over 60 years of living was always the best that family dinners could aspire to. Renesmee was the organizing center of the visits in the way that very young children became the organizing center of the spaces they occupied, not through any effort of their own, but through the simple force of being what they were, new and complete and requiring everything while giving back something that exceeded what they required. Charlie had not spent significant time with very young children since Bella herself, and he had forgotten, or perhaps had not known well enough the first time to remember accurately what it was to be in the presence of someone for whom the world was entirely available. Every face and every object and every sound a new thing arriving for the first time. Renesmee looked at Charlie the way she had looked at him in the living room on that first Tuesday, with a steady, focused attention of someone for whom his presence was interesting and worthwhile. And he received this attention with a gratitude that was out of proportion to the occasion and entirely genuine. He was not a man who had ever known what to do with very small children. I had been awkward with Bella in her infancy in the way of men who had not grown up around children, and who approached them with the specific anxiety of someone handling something they do not want to damage. But Renesmee seemed to require nothing from him except his presence and his willingness to be looked at, and both of those things he had in reliable supply. She was remarkable in ways that he was not going to examine too closely, because examining them too closely would have required him to put them in a professional category, and he had decided that the professional category was not the category he was operating in. With regard to his granddaughter, he was operating in the grandfather category, which was a category that had different standards and different requirements, and that prioritized different things. And in the grandfather category, what mattered was that Renesmee was warm, and that she reached for him when he arrived, and that the sound she made when he appeared in the Cullen living room on Sunday evenings had the specific quality of recognition and pleasure, and that this was enough and more than enough. She grew. This was the thing he adjusted to most gradually and with the most ongoing internal recalibration, the rate at which she grew, the speed of it exceeding what his experience told him was the normal pace of childhood development by a margin that required him to decide deliberately and repeatedly not to measure it against the standard framework. She was not on the standard framework. He understood this without being told in so many words. I understood it from the evidence of his own observation, and from the careful, partial explanations that Carlyle and Bella provided when he asked questions that could not be left entirely unanswered. She was remarkable, and remarkable things did not necessarily follow the standard frameworks, and he was going to be her grandfather and love her and take her fishing when she was old enough, and the rest of it was in the file and could stay there. The fishing trip happened in the spring, when Renesmee was physically what appeared to be a child of perhaps 4 or 5, though Charlie had stopped attempting to calculate her actual age in terms of months, because the calculation produced numbers that sat uncomfortably alongside the evidence of his eyes. He took her and Jacob to the river on a Saturday morning in March, loading the fishing gear into the cruiser with the focused preparation of someone who had been thinking about this trip for longer than the morning of it. And Renesmee sat in the back seat and looked out the window at the wet green world moving past with the bright attention that characterized everything she did. The quality of someone for whom nothing had yet become ordinary enough to be ignored. "Have you fished before?" he asked her, watching her in the rearview mirror. She shook her head, which was accompanied by the particular quality of her attention that he had learned to recognize as her considering something she was interested in, rather than just processing information. "First time for everything," he said. "You're good at it?" she asked, with a directness that was one of the things about her that felt most familiar to him, and the quality he recognized from Bella, and that had apparently descended intact. "Good enough," he said. "Jacob's terrible at it." "I'm not terrible," Jacob said from the passenger seat, with the injured dignity of someone who was not entirely wrong to object, but who also knew he was not going to win this particular argument. "You're enthusiastic," Charlie said. "That's different from good." Renesmee laughed, the bright, uncomplicated laugh of a child finding something genuinely funny. And Jacob turned around in his seat and made the face he made at her when she was laughing at his expense, which was the face of someone who was entirely comfortable being laughed at by this specific person, the particular warmth of someone for whom another person's joy was sufficient justification for their own embarrassment. And Charlie watched this in the rearview mirror and drove the river road and felt the specific warmth of a March morning that had decided to be reasonable about the weather, the sun actually present in a way that Forks Marches were not known for, the road ahead clear and familiar, and the two people in his car entirely present, and his granddaughter and the boy who had become, in some configuration, he did not have a clean name for, family. Both of them his. Both of them here on a Saturday morning in the old cruiser on the way to the river. He taught Renesmee to fish with the patient thoroughness he had brought to the handful of things he had taught Bella. The careful attention of someone who understood that the point was not the fishing, but the time and the proximity and the small shared competence of learning something together. She was a quick learner, attentive and careful in the way she was attentive and careful with everything. And by the end of the morning, she had caught 2 fish, both of which she examined with a focused scientific interest. That was another thing he recognized from Bella, the quality of someone for whom the world was worth understanding rather than just experiencing. "Can I keep them?" she asked, holding the second fish with the careful grip he had shown her. "We'll put them back," he said. "We're not keeping today. Today is practice." She considered this with the seriousness she brought to most things. "When do we keep?" "When you're ready to be responsible for what you keep," he said, which was the answer his own father had given him 40 years before on a different stretch of the same river, and which had meant nothing to him at 8 years old, and which meant everything to him now as a man in his late 50s, standing in the cold March water with his granddaughter, and understanding that the things you are told when you are young and cannot yet use them are stored in some part of you that keeps them until the use becomes available. Renesmee thought about this and then nodded with the decisive quality of someone accepting a principle they have understood rather than just a rule they have been given. And she released the fish into the current and watched it go with the particular expression of someone doing something right. Jacob stood downstream from them both and caught nothing, and made intermittent commentary that kept everyone in good humour and served the function of filling the pauses that might otherwise have become heavy with the awareness of all the things that did not need to be said on a Saturday morning on the river. And Charlie received this contribution with the gratitude he felt for Jacob generally, which was the gratitude of someone who had come to understand that Jacob Black's presence in Bella's life, and now in Renesmee's life, was one of the things that had been organised without his input, and that he was glad had been organised the way it had been. He and Jacob had developed their own relationship through the winter and spring, it distinct from the relationship each of them had with Bella, and from the relationship Jacob had with the Cullens more broadly. The specific warmth of two people who occupied the same orbit of people they loved, and who had found in each other a kind of company that required no pretense. Jacob could be more honest with Charlie than most people could, because Jacob occupied a position relative to the full truth that was different from Bella's position. Not able to share everything, but able to acknowledge the shape of what was being kept in a way that Bella's protectiveness of him prevented her from doing. He had said something to Charlie in February. On one of the evenings, Charlie had stopped at Billy's on the way home from a Sunday visit. The two of them in the kitchen after Billy had gone to bed, and the house quiet around them. Arm that Charlie had held and turned over, and continued to hold and turn over in the week since. "You know more than you're letting on," Jacob said. It was not accusatory. It had the quality of an observation offered between two people who had been honest with each other long enough to skip the preamble. "I know some things," Charlie said. "I don't know what to call most of them." Jacob nodded slowly. "That's probably the right place to be," he said. "The calling things by name part gets complicated fast." "I've noticed," Charlie said. "But the part where you know she's safe and she's loved, and Renesmee is safe and loved," Jacob said, looking at him directly in the way he looked at things he wanted to be sure were received. "That part you can know clearly, because it's true. It's the most true thing about any of it." Charlie looked at him. "How do you know that?" he asked. "That she's safe? How are you certain?" Jacob was quiet for a moment. The quality of his quiet different from Billy's quiet, younger and more immediate. The quiet of someone deciding how much they can give rather than how much to manage. "Because I would know if she wasn't," he said finally. "Because I'm here and I'm always going to be here, and if anything threatened her or Renesmee, I would be in the middle of it before it got close. You have my word on that, Chief Swan, for whatever my word is worth to you." Charlie looked at him for a long moment. He thought about the parking lot math. He thought about 20-some months of open files, and he thought about Renesmee's hand on his face in November, and the river this morning, and all the Sunday evenings, and the way Jacob stood in the Cullen living room, like someone who had been assigned a position and was going to hold it for as long as the position needed to be held. "Your word is worth a lot to me," Charlie said. "Always has been." Jacob accepted this with a particular quality of someone receiving something they had not fully expected, and that had landed somewhere important. And they sat in Billy's kitchen for another hour drinking coffee. They didn't need, at an hour that didn't recommend it, and talking about nothing in particular in the comfortable, companionable way of two people who had arrived at something they did not need to name. The Volturi was something Charlie knew nothing about for a long time, which was the correct amount of time to know nothing about them, given that knowing something about them earlier would have required a context he did not have. He became aware, through the gradual process by which he became aware of most things connected to Bella's world, that there was a gathering at the Cullen house in late November of the year following the wedding. A gathering of people he had not seen before, and that the family was treating with a quality of serious attention that exceeded their usual quality of serious attention. He drove past the property and saw the additional vehicles and the lights and the quality of activity that suggested the expanded configuration he had seen in the summer before the wedding. And he noted it and drove on and called Bella that evening with the question he had learned to frame in the way that produced the most honest response available to him, which was directly and without hedging. "There's something happening at the house," he said. "I drove past. Something with a lot of people." A pause. "Family," Bella said. "Extended family. There's something we're dealing with. I can't tell you all of it." "Is it dangerous?" he asked, because this was always the question underneath all the other questions. The pause before she answered was long enough to tell him part of the answer. "We're handling it," she said. "The family is handling it. We're being careful and thorough, and we're not going to let anything happen." "That's not the same as no," he said. "No," she admitted. "It's not. But Dad, I need you to trust me. I need you to trust that I know what I'm doing, and that the people around me know what they're doing, and that we are going to be all right. Can you do that?" He sat with the phone and the familiar kitchen and the open file and everything he had been carrying for over 2 years, and he thought about Jacob's word in Billy's kitchen in February, and Carlisle's, "We believe she's safe," and Bella's, "I need you to trust me," and all the accumulated evidence of a family that had, in every situation he could directly observe, moved toward protecting his daughter and his granddaughter rather than away from it. "Yes," he said, "I can do that." "Thank you," she said, and the relief in it was the real kind, the kind that told him the stakes were real, which he had already known, but which her relief confirmed. And he held this and stayed on the line with her for another 20 minutes talking about Renesmee and the river trip and the Sunday schedule, talking about the ordinary things while the extraordinary thing was happening in the house across town. And he was present and he was there, and it was enough. He did not know that week or in the days immediately following exactly what had happened in the clearing above Forks. He pieced together the shape of it slowly, through the gradual deflation of the household's tension and the quality of Bella's voice on the calls returning to its normal register, and the specific quality of relief that settled over the Sunday visits in December, like something that had been bracing for impact and had been released from the bracing. Something had been resolved. Yet something that had threatened his family had been faced and had not prevailed, and his family was intact on the other side of it. And this was what he could see clearly, and what he chose to hold. Carlisle sat with him alone for 20 minutes on the first Sunday in December, the house otherwise occupied with Renesmee and Jacob and Edward and Bella and Esme moving through the ordinary business of an evening, and Carlisle gave him another installment of the more complete than before account, another layer of the partial truth that was the maximum available truth in their current configuration. "There are people," Carlisle said carefully, "who have an interest in our family that is not always benign. That interest became active in recent weeks. It's been resolved, as much as these things are ever resolved. Resolved how? Charlie asked. Peacefully, Carlyle said, with the emphasis of someone meaning something specific by the word. Through demonstration rather than conflict. Through the assembly of enough of the right people in the right place at the right time. All the people at the house, Charlie said. Yes, Carlyle said. People who care about this family and who are willing to be present on its behalf. Charlie thought about this. He thought about the Cullens and the assembled network of people he had seen coming and going from that property across the 2.5 years of his daughter's involvement with this family. The faces he had noted and filed without context, and he thought about the idea of that network being the thing that had stood between his family and whatever the interest had been. And he thought that it was not nothing, and that it was in fact something considerable to have that many people willing to be present on your behalf when the moment required it. And now, he said, now we are cautious and we remain attentive, Carlyle said. But the immediate situation is resolved. Your daughter and your granddaughter are safe, Charlie. That's what I want you to be certain of. I am certain of it, Charlie said, and meant it, which was the thing that had changed between the early days of the file and now. The movement from watchful uncertainty towards something that was not certainty exactly, but was close enough to function as certainty. The trust that had been built through the accumulated evidence of 2.5 years of showing up and staying and not doing harm. He looked at Carlyle across the quiet corner of the living room and thought about the conversation they had had at the graduation, whatever comes next. And he thought about all the conversations since, all the partial truths carefully delivered, and all the things left in the file. And he thought that Carlyle Cullen was a man who had been honest with him in every way available to him, and who had treated him with more respect than the situation strictly required, and that this was worth something significant in Charlie's accounting of the world. Thank you, Charlie said, for telling me what you can. I know it's not everything. It's not, Carlyle said. I'm sorry for that. Don't be, Charlie said. I've made my peace with the not everything. I've had practice. Carlyle smiled, the real one, and yet the one Charlie had seen rarely enough that he recognized it as different from the professional one. You're a remarkable man, Charlie Swan, he said, for what that's worth. It's worth something, Charlie said, coming from you. December settled into January, and January into the spring of the following year, and the Sunday visits continued with the reliable rhythm of something that had become structural rather than supplemental, a load-bearing element of the week rather than an addition to it. He drove to the Cullen house and held Renesmee and fished with Jacob and sat across from Bella and Edward at the table that Esme arranged with the hospitality of someone for whom hospitality was both instinct and practice. And Nanny ate what was put in front of him and drank the coffee that appeared at the right moment and was present in the full sense of the word, not managing his presence or holding part of himself in reserve, but actually there, actually in the room, actually part of what was happening. He thought sometimes about the man he had been before January of the year Bella arrived, the man in the right-sized house with the right-sized life, the fishing gear and the football, and the single coffee maker running its single cup in the early morning quiet. He did not miss that version of his life, which surprised him sometimes when he caught himself thinking about it. He had loved that life, had built it deliberately around what he needed and what he could offer, and what he was, and then it had been sufficient in the ways that mattered and lacking in the ways he had learned to accept. But this life, the life that had expanded around Bella's arrival and continued expanding in the ways he had not predicted and could not have chosen, was larger than the previous version in every dimension that counted, and the largeness was worth what it had cost him, which was considerable, which was the open file and the unanswered questions and the 6 weeks of fear in October and November, and the ongoing adjustment to a world that contained more things than his professional frameworks had been designed to accommodate. He was a grandfather. This was the thing that reorganized everything else. Renesmee looked at him on Sunday evenings with the eyes that were like Bella's first eyes, and the brown ones he had learned across 1,000 kitchen table mornings. And she put her hand in his when they walked to the river, and she told him things she had learned in the week since he had last seen her, with the breathless enthusiasm of someone for whom the accumulation of knowledge was among life's primary pleasures. And he received all of it with the open-handed gratitude of a man who had not known this was the thing he was missing until he was no longer missing it. He was present. He was here. He had always been here, which was the whole of what he had ever had to offer. And it turned out that here was enough, had always been enough. That the showing up and the staying and the patient, faithful attention of a man who did not know how to do anything other than his best in the ways available to him was the thing that had carried him through all of it, and had delivered him to this Sunday evening in his daughter's living room with his granddaughter in his arms and the fire going in the fireplace and the rain on the windows and the family arranged around him in whatever form it had arrived at and was still becoming. He held Renesmee, and she leaned against his chest with the relaxed completeness of someone who was entirely comfortable where they were. And across the room, Bella was talking to Edward with the easy intimacy of two people for whom the other's presence was the organizing condition of their existence. And Jacob was sprawled on the rug with the particular quality of someone who was home in the most fundamental sense. And Esme moved between the kitchen and the living room with the warm efficiency of someone feeding people she loved. And Carlyle sat in the chair by the window reading in the evening light. And Charlie looked at all of it with the full inventory of himself, the policeman and the father and the grandfather and the man who had stood in a house that was always the right size and had learned that the right size was larger than he had originally measured it to be. The fire did its work in the grate, and the rain did its work on the windows, and Renesmee's small weight was warm and real in his arms, and Charlie Swan looked at his family and thought that he had been learning to see for 2.5 years. I had been in the process of learning to see since the January morning he had stood in the Port Angeles arrivals hall and watched his daughter come around the corner with a bag that was too heavy for her, and that what he was looking at now, in this room on this evening, was what all that learning had been for. He closed his eyes for just a moment and let the room be what it was. Then Renesmee shifted in his arms and said, "Grandpa, look," and pointed at something outside the window that the rain had made interesting. And he opened his eyes and looked, and it was exactly as interesting as she said it was. And the evening continued, and Charlie Swan was home. And that is Charlie Swan, the man at the edge of the extraordinary, who never once stepped back from it, who carried his open file and his quiet love and his patient, faithful presence through every impossible thing that arrived in his house and at his table and into his arms, and who asked for nothing in return except to be there. He never had the full truth. He never needed it. He had his daughter's voice on the phone. He had Sunday evenings by the fire. He had a granddaughter who pointed at things in the rain and said, "Look," and meant it, and knew he would look. He had the river and the fishing gear by the door, and the coffee maker running its reliable course in the early morning quiet of a house that had learned, finally, what the right size actually was. Some people walk through extraordinary stories with gifts and powers and the full knowledge of what surrounds them, and Charlie walked through his with nothing but love and stubbornness and the willingness to show up every single day. It was enough. It was perhaps the most extraordinary thing of all. Sleep now. You are safe, and you are loved, just like he always made sure she was. Good night.